Good morning, everybody. Thank you, J Dubs. I appreciate that, man. It's me, the most responsible. Yeah. Sorry, guys. The BlackRock Christmas party ran late last night. No, I didn't die. Almost, but I didn't die. How dare you sleep? Yeah. Um, I didn't even do a lot of that. It's just the time that I did sleep was the wrong time. That wasn't Trader Joe's water. I told you, Kirkland sponsorships from now on. I can't wait for you having to explain to Congress that you working for BlackRock was a joke. It's okay. I feel like I've overslept on every T plus 2 day, right? Like, I know I overslept on August 24th, and I'm pretty sure I overslept on November 22nd or 21st. It was one of those. I do need a twin. Everyone said clip it in chat, so I got a vasectomy this morning. Congratulations, man. We were up $3 this morning, and everyone thought it was MOASS. Of course. Yeah, and Ganashi. Oh, all right. Let me get the Reddit post up. What episode is it? 9? 10? It was extremely disconcerting to not have you on during your normal hours. I left to the ramblings of future AMC bag holders and scoundrels. Well, it's okay. I'm back now. Everything is fine. Do you get anxious and it disrupts your sleep schedule on exposure? No, fuck. I always just end up having to do shit like the night before exposure days. Like last night, the privilege of meeting a red eye flight at JFK Airport at 4 in the morning. We did another one ASAP. If you're watching or listening to this stream, take a moment to hit the like button and support Girk. We got to do something about this 30% ratio. Thank you. Um, Episode 10. At will enjoyment. Sorry, one sec, guys. I'll just try to get the Reddit post up. Ugh. That's wrong. It's like bacon. Can we not talk about November 21st, 22nd? I'm still on my Epsom salt baths recovering. Was missing 45 minutes and my course convinced me to switch everything into AMC during its demand zone. Congratulations. I think Biden will affect the market in a good or bad way. No idea. Super Hot Kitty, Ko-Fi. And just admit that you were held up at the BlackRock 8 a.m. meeting. We won't judge you for trying to push 510Cs to your bosses again. Thank you, Super Hot Kitty. I was scared someone bought that tier higher than Pigeon Whale and you took the day off. I wanted to be the first one. Thank you, Tom Tom. That has not happened. How was Janet Yellen at the party? Did she chug too much for Angelico? Did J-Pow do his traditional limbo? How was Gensler's 7-layer dip? The 7-layer dip was fantastic. J-Pow sprained his ankle. And Janet Yellen was chugging Fernet Branca, not for Angelico. Elon Musk, thank you for being a member for 8 months. I appreciate it. Windmoon, maybe soon. Daily Myrna question. I haven't even looked, Victor. Let's look. Let's look at what Moderna is doing. Moderna is tanking like a brick. Uh, Next support level 247. 254, then 247. Ooh, GameStop doing ups. There, if we break to the downside, did their branded popcorn hit stores? I have no idea. If we break to the downside, what kind of seller boxing day prices can we expect? I don't know. This is like usual like morning double bottom bounce. I think it looks like it's got enough volume to push to the upside. So we might start running here in a second. Probably while I'm trying to get this Reddit post up. Would borrow rate go up at all? Elon Musk is a Long Johnson. That means I can flex on one of the richest people in the world. Riku. Thank you so much, VWAP Disciple. IBKR with 20,000 shares left. No, where is it? 355,591. All right. Son of a bitch. All right. No. That's not. There we go. All right. Daily's up. All right, cool. Let's see if we push through resistance here. Uh, I think it looks good. At least I didn't miss the good part, right? So is this hedging or covering? Covering. This is a gamma exposure date. I mean, they have to hedge as well, right? You should just shut up and bought some weeklies on stream. Probably. There we go. About to break 160. I don't know why I'm proud of you, Super Serial, but I am. Um, I think you sent me something last night, right? Where is it? I don't know what I did with it. Is it the post on our option? You wrote the post on our options, right? Yeah. When you look at the broader chart to determine past resistances or supports, use the 1 or 4 hour or daily, all three. It depends on what range I'm looking in, um, how close the support is. Usually four. I'll use four for stocks that trade a decent amount of volume in after hours, and I'll use the daily for stocks that don't. Generally, those are where I'll look for support and resistance. 1 hour occasionally, but usually only if I'm looking for support like on the intraday. It's also pretty easy with stocks that have options. It's pretty clearly defined. Let me start sending you drunken DMs on Discord. No thanks. Who forgot to check the runaway? I blame Carl. You really think we could hit 205 today? It's possible. Right now, I would have said to look for 254 and 234 using the 4 hour. I understand super serial. I'll look at it. Upload an updated end of stream video to the Louvre last night. It was too big to inbox, apparently. Oh, I saw that, Average Joe. I'll play at the end of the stream today. You trade mostly options or shares for your positions? It depends. Uh, Trading shares is a little less risky. Sometimes there are no options available, or the move that I'm expecting isn't great enough to use options, and so shares are better. A lot of fun here and on the Discord about what? Because it's proportional. Uh, Listen up, Bears. I just want to go and tickle 250 at least. What's this 200 talk? I have irresponsible options that need violent upside. Irresponsible hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. I hope your irresponsible plays are realized. Huge gap up on costs. Cool. Most of the fun is about vaccines. Oh, okay. I don't care about that. Jimmy Lee wildly swinging today, or is it just me? Any thoughts why? Volatility should be pretty high today. Let's see if we find support here on VWAP versus falling below it. Spy fell off a cliff. Good. You never respond to me, and that's cool. I just want to say I think you're doing a great job. Thanks, cracked ass cracker. SFYF just dropped lending fees. ETF contains Jamie. Okay. That happened yesterday, didn't it? I've gained many wrinkles from you. I will really want to learn about options is strategic. Yeah, options is a strategic investment is the name of the book, Doobie. Good to know, Matthew Lombardi. XRT ran a bit this morning. Okay. Well, Spy fell off a cliff, but not before I made a grand overnight. Congratulations, dude. Summer of T plus 69 just before Christmas. Hey, what's up, Eric? Is IV based on current price of an option relative to Black-Scholes, or is the price based on IV? No, IV is a calculation. On the implied, it's a on the I use Black-Scholes. I think that's what you're asking. IV has no effect on the price of the underlying. They effectively cover exposure rate covering and then pushing it back down over and over again. Deal with their shorts in the money outs later on. That's possible. Unlikely, but possible. $250 EMA acting as a magnet. WeBull's call options only go up to 167.50 for me. Do you have all the things turned on, like regular, weeklies, quarterlies, standard, and non-standard? Make sure you have all the filters turned off. This is an inverse Head and Shoulders. Like a perfect one. If we stay at this level, would you YOLO before market closes? And I've already YOLO'd quite a bit. Here comes the fake squeeze again. Would Melvin have held a wildly valuable short position in GME during the March 2020 crash? Yes. I mean, they're like a net short fund, right? Like they just short things. So I'm sure the 2020 crash was great for them. When does the run to 500 start? We'll see. You wink at the camera when you think Gex is covered. What's our bid ask spread? Over almost $1? Yeah, no, they haven't covered yet. And no, because of the wide bid ask spread, they really can't like cover and short because like it pushes the price up too hard. Even on this like bull trap, they weren't even able to achieve like the same bottom. So anything they shorted here, you know, would have been out of the money on this like this dip and bounce. Let me check options right now though. Let's see what's coming in. OI on 200 puts increased by 1. 165 puts coming in. Hard to say. Maybe 155 puts. Ooh, 167.50 puts. Quite a few of those. Yeah, put volume's a little high. I mean, they're trying to keep the price down, which is unusual if they intend to cover today. Is it inverse head and shoulders bullish? Yeah, except this is failing. And this is kind of why intraday TA on GameStop is a bit useless, right? Like, we only have 500,000 volume traded. And so, like, the trends aren't strong and they're easy to short. And so, like, whereas, like, something like this would normally have, like an 87% chance of breaking to the upside. Um, instead on GameStop, that chance is, like, much lower, like 54% or something like that. It's actually a little less reliable than a Head and Shoulders. It's I don't have my back testing numbers up right now. I think they're still packed, but usually I have like a little chart on my wall of intraday like formations like that, like pattern analysis and their reliability. But I think inverse Head and Shoulders is uh it's like high 70%, 78 or something like that. I do want to see the 1 minute chart you have go flat and then just a gigantic green candle. I think we saw that one day. Get milestone nerds. Thank you, Madoff's butt buddy. I appreciate that. Did you get a laugh at the guy who tried to use Navier-Stokes equation for the market? I mean, I got more of a laugh out of like the paranoid inference that I was like trying to bot his post down or something. There was another guy who was saying something like that last night too. Make it your desktop background. Do you use any tools for backtesting? A calculator? My own. I spent a long time backtesting various like uh intraday candlestick patterns for reliability. when I was paper trading. It's, to be fair though, like it's when I see the formation, and my definition of the formations is pretty strict. Other people, might have not so strict definitions of like what it makes an inverse head and shoulders, or what makes a descending wedge, or like various continuation patterns. Um, why are those NYSE orders just highlighted in red? They're sales. Hmm. Nope. Actually, to check this one. Yep. Is there a resource? Are there resources to study TA? Yes. I would start. I tell everyone to start with technical analysis of the financial markets. I think it's dated and a bit old, but I think it gives you a good groundwork for what to look into and determine kind of like a course of study that you're interested in. And then you're gonna have to learn to apply it on your own, right? It's more practice than education. It's an art, not a science, right? I mean, there's science behind it and math, but ultimately, like, your skill at recognizing patterns comes into play quite a bit. This is why academics and like a lot of institutional investors don't like technical analysis. You make a syllabus? I don't think so. Chances are nothing's gonna happen today and tomorrow. 5%, pretty slim. Although December's tricky. We only have one other instance of a run occurring in December, right? Like, we know the exposure is there, but we've only ever seen it play out once, because this specific exposure window only happens once a year. The January 200 puts are slapping the bid. That means they're being sold. It is bullish. Yeah, if they're dumping their in the money put position, that means we go. And so, like, this is a successful breakout of a descending wedge, but it can still get rejected here at the resistance, right? So because the breakout is below VWAP, the chances of it breaking out to the upside are lower. Right? Because it's breaking out, but it's breaking out immediately into a resistance where it can be rejected. So if there's not enough like volume behind it to push it up through that resistance, then the breakout will fail. Is our degree accredited? No. Are the new mods your friends from BlackRock? What new mods? There's no new mods. When the buyer of a variance swap delta hedges, is that only at the close of the swap? Some dude, those contracts are hedged constantly, right? As they are written by the market maker, which may not be the buyer of the variance swap, right? The buyer of the variance swap buys the replicating basket in order to hedge their swap. Those the individual options in that basket are hedged by the market maker. How much did we go up last Gex covering in dollars? Last December, 30%. So if you've been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, you should be an awesome trader since your ability to recognize patterns is much more heightened than the average person. Are you planning on holding your Feb calls into the Jan 25 exposure? No. If we run hard today, I'm probably going to ditch today or tomorrow. I'm probably going to ditch the majority of my February calls and only hold strikes below 200. I think I'm going to keep my January 160s on this run, and sell basically everything else as long as the run plays out. Obviously, that's my intention, and then to average down afterwards. Well, that's the beauty of the far dating calls, Ben, is they can't play the psychological games, right? Because even if nothing happens today, you don't really lose any value on your calls. Whereas like with weeklies, they have a lot more opportunities to play games and shake you out. But it's hard for them to shake people out of long-term contracts. LRC just announced the wallet, new counterfactual wallet, and fiat on ramp bullish. Dope. Two new mods on SS and no real background from the sub. Wow. Open, close, bid, ask. Which do you prefer, or what's the usual one used? Um, I would probably pin them to open. Don't they have like low high divided by two, like a more smooth function of their EMAs windmill? Or open, low, high, close divided by four? You say you're reselling the Febs and buying back later, or buying further out? Buying back later. I don't know. I'll look at the list again. Okay. The Smack Factory. Thank you for the gout meds. I appreciate that. They ran early last time. Wouldn't they wait this time? I mean, they can, yeah. Assume that they're going to try to shake out as many options holders as feasibly possible before letting it run. I mean, our trend's kind of bullish, right? I think we have a little bit of an uptrend. We're forming like another little tiny inverse head and shoulders off of the big inverse head and shoulders. I don't have gout. What is the shakeout options holders? I only buy and hold options. Little do they know. Open high lows, close volume, and then separately calculation choices classic or modern. I'll have to look. I haven't used APTP in a long time, Windmill. I'll get back to you on it though. I can't remember what classic and modern are. I think it's one of those, but I have to check my old computer and see if I have that like my setups in there. Do I have those on there? Maybe. I think I have a file with that information. Modern is a constructed format that allows expansion sets, core sets, modern horizons from 8th edition forward. Thank you, Aggro Crag. You have any April calls? I do. And no, I'm not selling them on this run. Not unless we test like 350 or something crazy. If we test 350, I will sell every contract I have. Well, I should say if we fail the test at 350. And I will probably exercise some of my other ones. I'll probably exercise my 160s if that happens. 5-day chart, 30-minute frequency. Ugh. 5-day, 30-minute. Would you call that an ascending wedge? I would call that an inverse, an ascending wedge. I guess so. The last 3 days of it look bullish. But if we were to go from the beginning of the bounce, I would say it's bearish, like a almost like a bear flag. Um, and this is kind of where TA and like actual fundamental research on GME fall apart. Is that like this formation is intentional, right? It's not sentiment based. Like they drove the price down as hard as they could intentionally. And so our upside range is different because of that. So this wasn't like a product of natural market sentiment. Not necessarily, man. All right. Tiny inverse head and shoulders. Let's go. Do you guys see that? It's like right here. So there really isn't a terminology for this, but this is kind of like sometimes you'll see like a formation form right? And then you'll see like a smaller consolidated version of that formation form before you get a breakout. Yeah, like a fractal, but without going into those. How many formations are needed for GME to go up? Good for you, AJ. Every time someone comes into chat and says something is ripping, I'm always disappointed when I check it. I'm always disappointed for one of two reasons. Either it's not ripping at all, like it's moved like 0.5%, or alternatively, it's already ripped. Like it's up like 20% on the day, and they're like, this is the time to talk about this thing. Occasionally, but very rarely, it's like 5% up and looking bullish. And then I'll usually buy some. When you said sell if we test at 350, was that for this week and then buy back next week? Yeah. I mean, if we were to test 350 right now, I'll like 40 or 50x my 950 call position alone. Jimmy ripping. Fuck you, Carl. All right. We don't have time for that kind of shit. Gino Pilla, that's a beautiful Carl emoji. I still think 225 will happen during this period. 200 to 225. I mean, that's my conservative price estimate, yes. If I'd changed it, I would have been like, hey guys, we're only going to hit 180. I don't think that's the case right now. Our weighted for us to regain our trend, I think we have to go above like 194. So yeah, 200 seems pretty likely. We bring it 233. Cool. Now tell them what happens if when we test 510. Go ahead, I'm ready. Unzips pants, hugs after, unless you're into it. I mean, anything for the cult leader. Pickle Morty, thank you so much. I mean, you know what happens if we test 510. 200, 225 are conservative guess, counting on having more or less FTDs than last year. No, it's based on our upward resistances. Calls coming in. Cool. Please don't start my ass till I wake up. All right, see you later, Windmill. Thoughts on Spy? What's it doing? It's coming up. That's a nice double bottom. If it continues this bounce, we could see it, hitting like above 480 in a couple weeks. I think it'll depend on what Biden says today, but they can technically cover the price action tomorrow pre-market as well, right? They can cover as long as the orders are placed by market open. But yeah, we can run on Wednesday. But if that happens, we're going to see some upward movement today. If there's a fake squeeze, they're going to call you the Persian rug puller. Oh boy. Who's they? Does orders placed by market open would be market at close orders though, right? AKA the demand might not show until end of day tomorrow. It's usually midday. OG rules. No, there's not enough liquidity in pre and aftermarket, but they can run it during that time period. I think you might be owning addict, or maybe you're just hanging out in like the nice parts of New York City. My brain is smooth from my mother eating dryer sheets while pregnant, and I know you've talked about it before, but where can I go to open a paper trading account to gain some wrinkles? TDA lets you paper trade options. Thinkorswim is their platform. I don't know when we're going to run today. I would assume later in the day, given that we didn't have a very volatile open. If we run today, it'll probably be a little later, afternoon. We are supposed to hold calls to apply pressure. But you can sell, you can take profits on the run and then buy back an even larger position for the next run, right, Sachin? What if they don't let me buy again? I I don't know. They're likely gonna have to continue covering into regular hours. I think the goal there when they run it in pre-market is that they run it hard in after hours and pre-market and then tank it at market open to get people to close contracts. If we don't run today or tomorrow, how sick are you of hearing this question? So fucking tired of it. I've never seen a stock as indecisive on price as Jamie. It's just we're picking up volatility. This is good. This is not a bad thing. So it's another form of stop loss hunting, essentially. Yes. Except it's leveraged, right? So it's even more intense. What's the risk with buying January 160s? Am I missing something? Ivy looks low too. I mean, that's a pretty solid like call price, right? It's very likely to end up in the money. Why is it not running? It's still early. Relax. It's only 11 o'clock. End of day pull. A bit early. What do you make of the guy on our options saying that your pattern is console cycles? Console cycles? As in, like, when they receive consoles? I didn't realize that Sony was precisely following Reg T's cycle pattern. The fuck? Oh, like the leaders of the Roman Senate. I prefer to think of them as demand cycles. So the run on 11/22 began in earnest at 12:01 p.m. sharp. Just saying. Yeah, usually if they have large block orders, they're usually placed in dark pools and they usually don't print to the lit exchange until later in the day. Thinking about possible restrictions upon retail after the squeeze and the fallout, and oh my, look what retail did to the market. You had mentioned perhaps options trading restrictions. Yeah, very likely. To keeping retail out of leveraged positions means that their impact across the market is minimal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the console releases and like the shipments they've gotten have been fairly random. Like when they have them in stock, and also that's not making the stock run, right? Incoming minimum $25,000 account balance to trade options, maybe higher. Or like, the risk assessment tool that they currently use would be like stringent and enforced as opposed to just being like a form you have to fill out so they have no liability. They're faking a double top? That's not really how that works. No, I'm not in a shared office. What's that? But post MOASS, we will all have enough money to continue trading. This is the fake MOASS SS was talking about. Do they have all day to run it tomorrow or by market? The orders have to be placed by market open. Silver reserve. But those orders, if they're placed through black or dark pools, can print to the lit exchange later in the day. So it doesn't necessarily have to be at market open. I went all in on 510 weeklies. I blame you if they don't print. Okay, that sounds dumb. Loopring's big announcement is not an NFT marketplace partnership with GME like Superstock promised. Weird. They know everything though. Called it yesterday. No, we were talking about hypothetical changes to what they allow, how they allow retail to trade post MOASS. Console release cycles. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I assume that they were not referring to that, right? I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that they were just referring to when consoles were in stock. I just had to shoot off an adorable stray cat because my fiance is allergic. And this one was actually a cat and not a mountain lion cub. Lame. You can get shots for that. Wait, don't they have like a thing that you can give cats now that make them hypoallergenic? Like some sort of food or something? Yeah, arsenic. Do you think other GME streamers put themselves at risk if they stream during MOASS? Possibly. I think it's disingenuous. Like to choose to influence people at a moment when your influence could potentially hurt them and their future is a bit fucked up. That sounds terrible, Sitting Bull. Yeah, I'm aware of that DMC 17. Do you think people are not aware of how quarter four for GameStop doesn't end on December 31st? I don't know. Maybe. Sorry if you already answered. Sometimes I ask questions, then take my headphones off like an idiot and don't hear your answer. Do we expect price action to cease by Thursday? Yeah, if there's nothing by market close, near market close tomorrow, then that's it. Ooh, that's not good. I don't like that. Is it gonna recover? This is done. Fuck you, a user. Dick. Um, the candle was only 1400 volume. 2470, but yeah, not a lot. You don't really have a lower support here either. It's time, draw a 10. No volume by tomorrow, then the theory is probably no longer valid, and they found a way to obfuscate the cycle, whatever it is. I disagree. No volume by tomorrow would just mean no exposure. And that, you know, shorting the stock down. Was it $110 more? $115 was sufficient to reduce their gamma exposure. Why is being above VWAP so important? It's not. It's just it helps. It's bullish, right? If the stock's trading at a new higher average, it just means that, you know, it's going up. VWAP more or less just represents like a point of resistance. You know, if the current price is trading above the average price for the day, then the stock is increasing in value, right? If they don't get buyers in dark pools, then they have to buy it on the lit exchange. Sellers in dark pools. If there's no volume, does that reduce the amount of FTDs piling up for January? Yes. Even shorting it down to 115, they would still have exposure. Yes, just less money's worth of covering that needs to be done. Confused at what you said. So yeah, they still generate exposure by shorting it down, but less delta and gamma. Like, so they'll have exposure from the hedging. The market makers will, but you know, whoever's shorting the stock will have less exposure, or whoever's selling naked calls will have less exposure. And GME is call side heavy, so you know, if they're using a minimal number of short like put contracts, like in the money puts, to drive the price down, and they're avoiding that exposure from the call side, the exposure from the call side is far greater. Like, ideally going into this week, I would have wanted just to see us close last week above max pain. And we closed slightly below. We came close to getting back to max pain, but not fully. Look at my corn grow up 4% today. Congratulations. Just they don't spike calls decay during the day or overnight. It's constant. It's a constant. Theta is constantly decaying. Doesn't ETF Leaps have more exposure? Yes. Well, we don't have to run yet, first of all. Steven Sangon. Wouldn't striking a deal with their lending banks to postpone their buyback to after Feb 22nd be a very powerful move for them? Yeah. I don't. That's kind of a long extension. So everyone going to get bearish because we're trading flat in the morning. I'm going to have to deal with this for the next hour and a half because I'll just go make coffee. They can cover them one at a time as long as they're covered within the window that they have to cover them. Hacksaw. Yeah, similar. Yaga. I would just set stop limits as the price goes up, and if it keeps going up, awesome. I mean, we usually when we run really hard, we usually don't do it early in the day. It happens occasionally, but the majority of the time it's in the afternoon. We regained our trend. This looks good. At least go turn on the machine. It is on. With your TD, do you think they have a paid spy reporting back and simply countering the intelligence you're sharing with us? That's a bit of a stretch. You'd said it wasn't heating up properly. Yeah, I just leave it on all the time now. Gherk is the man. You're a wizard. Stock is down. Gherk is an anti-wizard shill that hates DRS. Well, it's always one or the other, Ben. Are you a fan of oat milk rather than cows in your coffee? I'd much rather put cows in my coffee than oat milk, but I don't put either one. I just drink coffee black. No one's slapping the like until GameStop rips. Don't worry about it. Let it happen naturally and organically. Are these larging candles followed by shorting to bring us back down, possibly covering and then immediately shorting to prevent the breakout? Yes. You do TA on beef milk. Milk is nasty, man. So is oat milk. Oat milk is just oatmeal and water, like really thin oatmeal. Just visiting to relive this great day. If a hot chick walks up to you in a TJF because you got unbanned and offers you a bowl of guacamole, walk away. She's a Danella. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know, Girk from the future. Pickle Morty put their pickle in my jar. Thank you, Pickle Morty. Please don't call it beef milk ever again. Do you like Kopi Luwak? No, I'm not going to drink any coffee shat out by a civet. I now have 9 Feb calls and feeling great about it. Thanks for the lessons. You're welcome, Eck. Awesome. I'm happy for you, man. What's about piling on XRT to add exposure there, or is that stock trash too trash now? I mean, yeah, it does not help them by people doing the same strategy on the ETFs they used to short. Um, it definitely presents issues for them, but I don't think anybody's interested in doing that. Ivy is up 50%. They're pricing in a move. You can't DRS an ETF. Uh, that's not even a stock. But you could exercise ETF calls, and that would create a lot of pressure. If I say the F word, this happens. I paid to talk. Stupid Ko-Fi trying to stop us. I'm messaging you in Discord. Oh boy, Pickle Morty. Can you triple stamp a double stamp? Yes. Let's just make an ETF of all the GME ETFs. That would just blow up the whole market. Is there any evidence of Fidelity issuing GME IOUs to their customers? No. If so, what are the implications during MOASS? None. A synthetic long position is still a long, it's still a share, like whether it's real or not. Congratulations, modern renovator. What would happen if two ETFs tracked each other? Infinite buy loop? Hmm. I guess, yeah, one would have to spike and they would have to rebalance daily. But yeah, you could create like an arbitrage loop. Aren't they coming? Didn't they come out with? Didn't I feel like they just came out with like a 3x Apple ETF? Like it just tracks Apple with 3x leverage. What's the latest time they can cover today? Tomorrow. The contract splits. Alex. So if they did a 2-for-1 split, you'd have a contract for 200 shares versus a contract for 100. That 3x Apple thing sounds dangerous to the market, right? We don't know how much volume they need to cover. A 3x ETF sounds like a great idea for GME. If they will not cover it today or tomorrow, what is the risk? So if they don't cover it all, I wonder if it'd be enough to blow up their margin. That would be painful. A forced buy-in. That's the only thing I can think of. Did Murda bounce exactly on your 257 support you mentioned? You as a wizard? Maybe. So maybe they can't cover while simultaneously shorting so the price stays flat. Well, that would imply that, the volume is 50-50, right? So they're shorting and then buying, right? And then, if they're creating synthetics on both sides of that, they'll run out of synthetics really, really fast, right? Probably not. Eat the cost to obfuscate sounds like a decent desperation play. That's really fucking dangerous, though. That was due to Thanksgiving. How many T pluses for a forced buy-in? It's a good question. I mean, immediately. There's some other shit that can happen on the other side of that, but let's assume that that's not going to happen for now until it does. They can create as many as are currently available in ETFs, which is a chunk. That's a fat chunk. Ko-Fi? Oh, sorry. There's no Ko-Fi. It's just Pickle Morty. Oh. Are you talking about Pickle Morty's... Oh! The one that Pickle Morty did before that didn't get printed? Friends, bears, pickles, shills, and Dan's alike. Never fear, I hodl for you. I haven't sold, I didn't hear no fucking bell. Just give it time. Nobody said they'd just let us break free of wage slavery, but I still doubt they can stop it. Hodl and be flexible and stay kind. Hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty, for your words of inspiration. Maybe they're out of options. If no price movement this week, is it possible they do it next week, or is it just wait until late January? And if there's no price movement this week, that means that they've internalized all the exposure. And they're gonna that's gonna have to dump, right? They can't carry that for a long period of time. But it's today or tomorrow, right? Like, we have time, relax. Before you start thinking about, like, what if this doesn't happen? Why don't you give it time to actually happen? Traveling across states, ran into a guy in Minnesota who said he liked my GameStop sweatshirt and asked if I was still holding. I said, "Of course, you," and he put his fist in the air and walked away. Epic web sling. Was it Darth Dan? Like, was he half naked and wearing a shawl? It also hasn't not happened 5 out of 5 times. It's more than that. We've had in the last year, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runs, all on schedule, all on time. So it's actually 7 out of 7 times. I do maintain that if they were gonna break that, if they could avoid it, they would have already. They wouldn't have done it 7 fucking times. Are you live, or is this a rerun from November? No, the fun sentiment, Jay Gills, is just coming from the stock not running sufficiently yet. People are excited. I was late to the stream. They thought it was MOASS, and they've had to wait a couple hours, and people get sad. Awesome, Dwayne the Long Johnson. Citadel psychology department. There won't be any run-ups anymore. Citadel has purchased JP Morgan's meme stock avoidance plan. Oh, it's okay. The FUD sentiment's available on all the VODs leading into our run-ups. It's very exciting. Are we there, Yeet? I don't know, but I would like the stock to yeet to higher prices soon. It is boring. Thanks, adopted by the Dans. People are impatient, which is why they paper hand their contracts before they're negative 99%. You mentioned what your strategy would be for them. Halt into close, run aftermarket PM, then hammer FOMO and open, but then what? Then they cover. Right? The idea behind that is just they get everyone to dump their options. Miss B, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. I appreciate that. my price target's like 200 to 225. I hope we exceed that, but we're starting pretty low. What would be sufficient volume over the next 2 days to satisfy that your theory is intact? I don't care about the volume. I care about the price action. Today and tomorrow, SPX fair value. Every time you're late for stream, I just assume MOASS and put a down payment on my dream house, only to have to sheepishly back out of the deal. Thank you, Ghost of Dan. I appreciate your confidence. Is there a high target for this exposure, or could it just run straight into MOASS? I don't think we'd break 250. That'd be fucking crazy if that happened. I think MOASS could fix the inflation problem. Fed printed since 2020 80% of the US dollar ever existed. So if we eat the bailouts, it's a win-win. If we run to 200, 220, what percent IV change do you expect? Like 40 to 50% increase in IV. When rolling contracts, when's a good time to do that? Ideally, when you roll contracts, you want to sell at the peak and then move them forward after the stock drops back down. At least on GameStop. Other stocks, it's a bit different because you don't have expected movement windows, right? You're just moving your contracts forward to buy yourself more time for them to realize value. So it's a little different. I see the headlines now. GameStop retailers piling back into the stock to make it rise again. The synthetics which have to be covered. Yeah, I think the FTDs going into January are going to be really high from the massive amount of shorting that occurred over the last couple weeks. Also, 11 days from now, when XRT gets cut off as an avenue for shorting, as long as it remains on the threshold list. I don't understand how people start questioning the validity of your theory when we aren't even halfway through the available time to cover this week. And yet they do. I'm bored, want to play, I spy something jacked. Well, this breakout looks nice if it's real. Otherwise, if it continues to consolidate, we'll have to redraw, but we're holding. We haven't fallen back below and the EMAs are consolidating. We have a crossover to the upside, so this could be a good one. One second. Why do they continue to allow options trading on GME? Why wouldn't they? MC is a dud. Thank you, 6'3" Prometheus Dan Pal. The cattle list. I don't understand how people start. Hedgehog breaks 250 just to prove you wrong. I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being wrong to the upside. Is there anything stopping Citadel from opening a long position on GME to mitigate losses? No. Do you expect to be buying Windows next week? What days do you expect to be buying Windows next week? I don't have any expectations for next week. Nothing. Maybe some T+2 action Monday and Tuesday, and then pretty much nothing after that. Plate and Spork forming on the 30-minute. Okay, thanks, JT. Popcorn greater than video games. That's retarded. If they want a fake squeeze and hope we believe it's MOASS, it's going to need to go a lot higher than 250. Yeah. Axaw, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude. Dr. Drake, I don't expect anything to happen between December 27th and January 10th. I expect us to be flat at best or down. If this ran to 225, what would the price of a 200C for this Friday be? A lot. Let's see. So 23rd, 200, and the price runs to 225. Let's see. Today's the 21st. So let's say it happens at earliest tomorrow. What's the IV on those right now? It's like 184. So let's say IV goes up to 220. Tomorrow around noon, a test of 225 would make that contract 2,650. Oh wait, that's profit. Contract value, $2,728. Spy ripping. Nice. For the doubters, not me, can you demonstrate on the chart previous equivalent dates and runs? Prove to everyone that your theory has some validity. I did that through the DD, Jeff G. The DD, I mean, I already, you know, in advance of publishing the DD, called the August run, and then the November run came immediately after the DD. So I feel like that should be more than enough confirmation for people. If they don't buy it, I really don't give a shit. Roaring Kitty, heavy is the crown, head that wears the crown. Welcome to my world. Thank you. Probably not real Roaring Kitty. I don't know how to check. Hmm. Do you think the liquidations of the big fishes will start around 600 US dollars? Probably before then for smaller funds. I mean, the big ones, you know, they can hang out for a while. It'll cost them a lot. It'll be very damaging, but they can hang in there for quite some time. Would you be honored if Keith was watching your stream every once in a while and updating you? That'd be cool. I mean, heavy is the head that eats the crayons. I just tried to buy 20 weeklies and one filled. What doing? Interesting. That guy's an imposter. Just ask him something about my hometown of Brockton. Hold on. What county is Brockton in? Hold on. We're gonna find out who the real Keith is. Dueling roaring kitties. Ooh. Imposter roaring kitty answered faster. What is Brockton colloquially known as? Moonwind, you shut your fucking mouth, all right? You're not you live in Colorado. Boogie Town. TFE's lawyer. I'm sorry for ruining MOASS, guys. I advise my client to stop going on the internet. Neither Roaring Kitty is answering my question. They're still Googling it. It's known as the armpit of the South Shore, but I'm not a fan of that. No. It has been dubbed as something. I'm not talking about, local slang. That's correct. It is known as the City of Champions. Okay, this is a terrible way to determine if Roaring Kitty is the real Roaring Kitty. The real Roaring Kitty could just tweet a pickle and then we'll know. Any pickle in particular? Just like one of those gifs of a cat being afraid of a pickle. Oh no, don't tweet that. That's going to create all kinds of shit for me. Any pickle is sufficient. Simply a picture of a pickle. A gif of a cat not being afraid of a pickle. Don't make Gert testify to Congress. I don't care. A pickle and a black rock. Is it Friday? Thanks for pimping my portfolio and showing me where the magic happens. May your pickle rims forever be spinning. Thank you so much. Thank you for the blessing on my pickle rims. In December 2020, RC bought 2.5 million shares between 12/14 and 12/18. Do you think they timed their purchase with the December 2020 gamma exposure window? It's possible. I've said too much. Going dark. See you later, man. There's no DFE tweet. Where's GME Hype Man? I don't know what happened to him. Moonwind's just getting timed out a lot today. New RC tweet. That also sounds like bullshit. So all these tweet callouts are lies. False hype. New Gherk tweet. I didn't tweet anything. Remember the 4x4 equals 16 tweet? I do. Yeah, the guy who says it was a tweet. Are we one day going to find out that all the noises in the background were BlackRock employees? Maybe. I never understood why SS thought RC knew the date for MOASS. I don't either. Infinity pool and no sell, no sell. Oh, God. Pi-Fi just runs an illegal underground Roomba fighting ring. McCoon, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Do you know how GME started, right? As a pump and dump by a rich XYZ, likely led by Dr. Berry, correct? Eh. Why did you, oh God, Infinity Pool and No Sell, No Sell, Pickle Man? Because they're both stupid concepts. It's super cringy. When Jimmy Moons and Citadel Reg pulls AMC, I'm not sure whether to feel bad or grin when their investors are hit with that sudden realization. I'll laugh. I'll probably laugh. There will be dancing. What would you set a limit buy at today if you were to buy? I don't know. We're pretty flat. I mean, you can pick pretty much any number between 155 and 160, and those are options. Have we seen anything in the price action that seems like it would be reactionary to the JPMC stuff? Not really, no. Does anybody believe people who say they will sell one share and hold the rest forever? I don't. What? I don't hate you, Trina. It's just consolidation. No pineapple, no pizza. Disgusting. Have they started to close out put contracts? Let me take a look. They were closing some 200s earlier. Oh, those are for Jan 14. A lot of 140s being sold. OI on 155s has dropped, but there's the last was sold. Let's see. 140s, 167's no real change since this morning. 155s for Friday are up a little. Not much. Calls are coming in though. 200s for Feb 18. 72 of those purchased. December 23rd, 160s are up. Those are being hard to say. It's like at the mid. Maybe bought, maybe sold. Feb 18, 22, 220s are up. December 23. So this Friday, 140s. Some 140s bought. Some 155s. A bunch of Leap 950s. 165s are up. 611 OI. You'd think that a long fund would pump it from time to time to mess with them. Would you unmod me if I air fried a pineapple pizza? Yes. Are we finally in the demand zone? We're always in the demand zone. How about when people say that that will make people lose faith in the American markets and in the dollar? Why? DFE didn't tweet that, Fluffy Essa. Don't tease me. $14.7 billion synthetic GME shares existing. No. IBKR just turned off my dark mode without me pressing anything bullish. It's sure. Sounds like a signal. The consolidation's just continuing. I don't really know if there's any point in tracking it. It's going to just follow this trend until it breaks out one way or the other. The only remaining strategy is to bore us to death. I mean, we have plenty of time. You like this 69 milli floor? I don't like any. I don't like fucking absurd price projections for no reason. Can GameStop go up significantly? Sure, but just like being like, oh, 69 million is the floor is absurd. It's not based on anything. It's just people saying a number that they like. Yeah, it's provocative, but not based on any type of like actual fact. Do I think GameStop could hit millions of dollars a share? Potentially. But saying things like, oh, it's guaranteed to go to 69 million is just misleading. Maybe it goes to 100 and everyone sells at 69. Can they? Yeah, they can cover all the exposure tomorrow. If we miss, is 2,000 a reasonable floor? Okay, first of all, that would be a ceiling. The floor is the lowest a stock will go. What you're asking for is where it's capped, and it's a fucking short squeeze. It's a black swan event. There's no way to tell how high it could go. It is completely unpredictable. Chris doesn't want to go to 69 million because he hasn't DRS'd his shares. Oh boy. It's okay, Dylan. I know. Is this a time play? What's their angle? Get people to sell. Get people to panic. Stir up FUD. And it works. Look at it working. You can just watch the chat and see it. Its effect. Yeah, I mean, by pushing the exposure into by pushing the exposure into a narrower window in which to cover, it does make it potentially more explosive, but the exposure could be minimal, and maybe that's why they're able to do that. I never understood the hedge funds are making sure we anchor our anticipated price. I don't get that either. Because the longer, Conrad Thompson, the longer that it doesn't happen, the more people are unsure of the position they hold. Is there something wrong with me? I feel happy and optimistic. No, that's how I felt this morning. Still do. I'm still pretty hopeful for a run. I don't. Everyone's just so fucking impatient. You've been holding the stock for a year, and now's the moment you choose to be impatient. Because the stock is illiquid, light of my life. I've been impatient for a year. If it doesn't run this week, does it ruin your whole thesis? No. I mean, the only issue with this is that we only have one December exposure date a year. Like it's not something that we have multiples of, right? Like the quarterly exposures, we see those play out all the time because they happen every quarter. But December is just once. Like it only occurs once throughout the year. We don't know the extent of it because it's dealing with a type of contract that we're not usually dealing with. Usually we're dealing with ETF quarterlies and we're dealing with GME monthlies, and this is GME quarterlies and ETF leaps. And so we don't know the extent of the exposure. Maybe it's so much that like they can't actually handle it or can't cover it. Um, it's up in the air, right? Like our only point of reference is last December. I do feel that December exposure should be larger than November's. Just by nature of the type of contract involved. There's only one December in each year. What's our next in January? When the FTDs start coming in? So January 10th. How are you able to distinguish from price movement from market mechanics and price movement from retail buying? Retail buying doesn't really move the price much outside of last January. And something had to be, pushing those retail buys. Like something, the stock had to be running already, right? Because retail just FOMOs. You can also look at the time and sales. Like retail just doesn't buy that much. Everyone seems to have a wildly inflated opinion on how much stock retail buys day to day. It's minimal. Isn't it a positive if their exposure is so great that they can't cover? I mean, that could cause forced buy-ins and stuff, but then we don't know when, right? We don't like that breaks it away from like our known points of failure because if they fail to cover them, we don't know when they have to. There's too many different possibilities for how they can defer like that margin call. My wife just tested positive for COVID. I think we have to cancel access at our third attempt at a wedding celebration, and I'm devastated. I'm sorry to hear that, popcorn trader. I hope she gets better soon. That sounds super poopy. I don't hate James Brown. I'm just not going to play his music. If someone blows up, we might not possibly see the effects for a long time. Yeah. And then like if that's the case, I feel like we'd hear rumors at first from various sources, but there'd be no predicting when it would happen if that were the case, if someone blew up. The wedge breaking downward, sort of. Wouldn't they have to attempt to cover it in order to fail to cover it? Yeah. I guess unless the extent of the loss was so great. I don't know. These are all just bullshit hypotheticals. Why don't we just wait to see if they cover during the T+2 window like we expect them to? What's up with Summer of 69? I don't know, it's just like a fun stream card. How are puts printing gold flakes? We've traded at almost the same price all day. No options are printing anything today. You are on banned, Moon. You weren't banned. You were just muted. I timed you out because you were getting out of control. Making claims like your DFE, blah blah blah. DFE would never ask me what price to sell his covered all calls at. Okay, bro, just start MOASS already. But you're not. You're not DFE. Do you think they hedge puts correctly and calls not so much since it's advantageous for them in this case? That's possible, yeah. I remember last week you said this week is going to be mostly side trading. You think it's the same? I mean, yeah, I still expect a run though. Now we're failing the wedge. Probably to about here. Be a little lower. No, it's today and tomorrow. XLF shows final day of SLD when the banks absorbed the losses. The major dip was Monday. Today's price action and volume changing your thoughts for today? No. The lower resistance? Maybe. Which means we'll see another bounce to 160. So I think today at some point we come back up to 160, test it, fail again, and then rip into the later afternoon. I think. I hope we can still run. Not even for the money. I just don't want to deal with Sir Dinkus next week. I sell CC sporadically, not often though. Thanks for letting us know, Ryan Kitty. Where are the Dans today? I see them get rowdy in here. I want to see them get rowdy in here. They're in here. Since you wouldn't do it, I just got off the phone with our boss at BlackRock. Run starts at 1:26 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Pong. Whew. And everyone was so worried for a minute. If you're wrong, you have to boof your parrot. No. That'd be uncomfortable. Silver is reporting what he said. What do you think is going to happen this afternoon? Interesting that all the meme stocks are up except Jamie. They usually run Jamie last. Interesting. As part of the exposure T plus three, that's something we've actually had a hard time determining, right? Like how much options exposure is through ETFs. You'd think a lot, especially with like XRT going on the threshold list, but hard to say. Like how much options exposure is from creation? Like how much of that exposure is hedged through ETF creation? ETF share creation is not considered operational shorting. It's not even shorting, right? They're creating shares and then selling them. So there's no actual it's not a short sale in that regard. Could the volume retail is buying be artificially reduced hidden by their brokers and not actually purchasing the shares? Um, Unlikely. I mean, maybe on the short term, but not on a long term time frame. Well, it wouldn't be the ETF GEX is T plus three, right? Like, because GEX is on the market makers, but ETF creation could be T plus three. Do you think there's a strong SR horizontal at 157.90? I asked because the price action keeps getting swatted down from there, and also it's the monthly VWAP. Coincidence? No, it's not. There's pretty strong resistance there. We broke it earlier today though. My descending wedge meets at 1269. Well, we have more lower supports now. But it would still be like here. It's becoming a little less descending. I hate being cucked by Dillards. If GEX or ETFs is no, I'm talking about creation from ETFs. None that I like. Not it's not GEX, right? But shares created in ETFs last Friday would have T plus three to be returned, but we assume they basically just fail all of these, right? So it's never T plus three. It's always like T plus three plus six and then plus 35. And XRT's inclusion onto the threshold list kind of indicates that they're just failing to return those. If you could join hands, listen, and sing along to that classic hymn, AMC is a dud. Thanks. 510 cult for life. Also, hashtag not a cult. Thank you, Butt Stallion. You said you expected to go up to 200, 250, then back down. What was your prediction it was going to hit on that downside? Sorry if you've answered that before. Last year, we dropped about 10% and then stayed pretty steady through like December 27th through January 10th. Or well, that's this year, but you know the same dates in last year's cycle. we stayed flat through the next ETF exposure or FTD exposure. AMD going to the stratosphere. Yeah, my calls are doing well. Whoa there, not roaring kitty. Not roaring kitty. 900,000 volume. I think DFE is still buying options or GME or just watching it now. I mean, his bet on it being like a long-term investment and a buy and hold strategy would indicate that he would continue to buy leaps. So I don't know, maybe. By purchasing safer long-term options close to the money, I was able to roll all my profits into 5-10 weeklies. Is this price action similar to previous previous run-ups, or does it seem to be breaking down? It's pretty similar. A lot of the days that we've run up, we've had kind of a low volume morning that's led into a burst of volume in the afternoon. What is your plan of action for calls? Open positions if we don't run. I'll continue to hold my febs. I will sell off all of my Januaries and then move those forward to February calls after a little bit of time. So I'll wait till we're closer to that FTD window and then buy back into febs with what remained of my January losses if it doesn't run. Did DFB know about the short squeeze potential on his initial thesis? No, but I think that kind of came to light later. Shout out to Feb 510s, currently trading at 510. Yep, kick the can. See, that's the advantage of buying the long-term options, though, is if nothing happens, you can sell them and suffer minimal losses. I have 490 C weeklies. Are you less disgusted with me than the 510 crew? Oh, pretty disgusted with both of those. By selling our calls and moving them out to Feb, are we doing exactly what they want us to do? No. Not if it's after, like, the price action has failed, right? You don't want to hold contracts until like they're worthless, right? Like the theta decay from those would require a massive amount of upside before January 21st in order for them to be, regain that value. I mean, it could happen, don't get me wrong, but I'd rather just have later calls. So I don't see how that helps them. Like you're increasing the amount of delta they have to hedge by rolling them out. Can they keep kicking the can using cheap out of the money January puts for 2023, 2024? The out of the money puts have nothing to do with them suppressing the price action, and not in the regard that you're thinking. Those out of the money puts are just for replicating baskets. No losses if you didn't buy at the money and then don't see a $50 drop in a day or so, I hear. I mean, those you would just hold, right? Like you wouldn't. I mean, if you bought January's at the money before the drop, I mean, that sucks. But February's, I mean, you don't have to get rid of, right? You can just keep those. Oh, I am a bunch of Febs. Oh, okay, you're fine. Yeah, I mean, Febs are more than far enough out to see more price action. The Januaries I'll be getting rid of because I bought Januaries for this run, right? Are we not going to move till mid Jan? You think? Yeah, that's kind of what I think. There's nothing really coming in until mid January. If we don't run today, is the verdict simply that they didn't have much exposure, or is it deeper? Well, it's today or tomorrow, Callum. Right? So we still have to wait till tomorrow to see. But I think it would just indicate that there wasn't any exposure. Or that they were able to get out of the exposure by tanking the price so much. Can you look at the AMD 4 hour? If we break 142, we could really rip up, right? Um I mean, it's already kind of ripping up. I think 145 is what you want to see break. It's in the near term. I think, yeah, honestly on the near term, I think it already looks good. Like this is bullish. I think it's going to keep coming up. I think a test of 145 is definitely in the cards. Big fail. All right. So probably back down to 155. It's not ideal because I think there's puts there. Let me see. 155 puts, 1.1K, January 7th, 2022. Lamb. Logically, we have to run this week. Yeah. AMC's up 50% and we've barely moved. I agree. What would cause your expectations for January not to happen? What ways could short hedge funds escape? I mean, I already think they've generated a shitload of FTDs. So I don't really see a way out of January for them. And it seems to be that, those FTDs were created in an effort to stave off this exposure now. But that only increases price action in January, right? If that's the case, if they used all of that creation and all of that all of those FTDs created, right, in order to delay or offset the current exposure, that only serves to increase their exposure in January. Looks like they're trying hard to shake options holders. Yeah. January 200 puts coming in for $1 million. Do you think that 10 million a share is something impossible? No, but I think it's completely unpredictable. DWAC on the threshold list, whatever. Same vein, someone asked on yesterday's stream, what would you do if you were Citadel? Could you talk about that again? I would try to drive the far out open, like, so a lot of the calls being opened on GameStop recently have been in January and February, right? But they have exposure now here in December, right? And they don't want to hedge these. They don't want to hedge these when they run the stock. That's very damaging for them, right? And so they want to try to get as many people to sell those calls off now as they feasibly can before they run the stock. Because once they start running, then they have to start hedging these, and that's very damaging to them. As the IV increase on those contracts means large retail profits, which means retail can then double down afterwards, which presents even more exposure for them and more danger. So the psychological goal is to get people to sell those long dated contracts, right? Like we started seeing those long dated contracts come in shortly after November, right? And they've done nothing since but try to slam the price down as much as feasibly possible, in an effort to get those contracts to be closed. And nobody's really closing them, right? Like people are still holding their febs even at a loss, and that's very risky for them. Like we just saw them slam the price harder than they have the entire year, since January, like since the end of January's run into February. And by doing that, they expose themselves to lots of FTDs. We have ETFs going on the threshold list now, so it's not like there's any question about the synthetics being created in order to facilitate this. And we know, without a doubt, that those synthetics will FTD and will have to be covered. And if they don't have the volume to net those sales through or those FTDs through continuous net settlement, they're gonna have to. There's a forced buy-in, right? So if they create more FTDs than the current volume can support, they're fucked. And that's essentially what triggers like an FTD squeeze. And I think like Gaff mentioned last night, he was talking to me about AMC, and like one of the reasons that like AMC is not the play is that like all short squeezes begin with like an FTD squeeze, right? And like AMC's fails last January were insignificant compared to GameStop's. Appreciate the knowledge, Greg. Just curious, did you learn most of these market mechanics you talk about in school or through your own research? You don't learn a lot of them in school. Some, but mostly through my research recently in the last year. Can you talk about Turtford's 23's newest CD? I haven't gotten a chance to read it yet. He sent it to me last night. I was going to post it in the Discord for everybody, but it has to do with them washing tax losses through ETFs. It's very interesting and compelling. Hmm. If this were The Big Short but opposite, which part of the movie would we be at? Hmm. The part where they're getting dicked around, like the positions should be covered, but they're not covering them. They're not, like where they're lying to the ratings agencies, and the ratings agencies are still pumping out like
you know, good ratings on shit bonds. What happened to Adabit? He like left. Even if they slow cover, the price should rise. Yes. So we have to trap them in an FTD cycle with calls, which they short into a big gamma ramp, which leaks out their short position, which turns into a short squeeze, something like that, essentially. By having calls, we force them to create more FTDs without the volume to support those FTDs. That triggers an FTD squeeze, which pumps the volatility of GameStop, which causes a Volgavana squeeze, which should increase the price enough to allow us to exercise our options, which then creates a gamma squeeze, and that gamma squeeze can then lead into a short squeeze. 1269. Here we come. Thank you so much, Nesquik. For the sake of transparency, can you discuss BlackRock benefits, including potential scholarship opportunities, retirement plan, and holiday bonuses? You don't get any of that. You just get a house when you retire that was bought off somebody who had to sell because they were facing uh, poverty. That's the only benefit. Clip that. In your opinion, is it too late to buy at the money calls on GME, or should I get slightly out of the money ones for Feb April? I don't think it's too late. I think Ivy's pretty stable on those. Let me see. April's March is open now too, which is interesting. Yeah, April at the money IV is low, so those are an option. Based on the options data plus illiquidity of the market, would you say that a January short squeeze is likely? I think it's the highest probability of one. Nothing has changed on that front. Even if this run is insufficient, that doesn't change my thoughts on January at all. I think we were running this week. It would validate JP Morgan's entry point. Would you agree? Yeah. Do I need to rephrase my question or something for you to answer it? I probably just didn't see it. Foxy stock. Oh, you said you sell your Feb calls over 200 on this run, but if you were down over 70% on Feb 300s and 350s, would you sell them for what you can on this run or keep holding? I would sell them for what I can, Foxy stocks. So yeah, like I have a bunch of like 350s and 300s that I bought at a much higher price point. They're down a lot. I've averaged them down, but some of those contracts are pretty far down. And so yeah, whatever IV gain that I get on this run, I would try to sell off definitely all my out of the money stuff, right? So even if they're still a little negative, I'd still sell them off and buy back in like a week. Yeah, I still have weeklies. Could you go back to our first run to 250 in November? I feel like I remember it running late in the day. The first run to 250 in November was on November 3rd on the ETF FTD day. Yeah, and so Foxy Socks, by doing that, say like I'm still 10% down on the peak, right? Then when the price declines and finds a new floor and I buy back in, that 10% loss will be mitigated on my buy-in, right? So if if I have a 10% negative here and then we drop 10% and theta decays and I get like a couple extra percentage points cheaper on the contract there, then the savings makes up for the a loss on the initial contract. Does that make sense? Can't they cover it open tomorrow? They can cover through the day tomorrow because of dark pools. I'm just gonna pull open an old stream from a day where GME ran 25%. Are you selling if there is no run? Just my Januaries. I'm just gonna sell out of my Januaries and use those to average down my Februaries. That's it. So I'll sell my Januaries probably next Monday, if nothing happens this week. And then roll that forward into well, I guess not even next Monday. End of day tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? It's Thursday. Thursday. I'd sell them Thursday and then buy back in like near January 7th or 8th, around there. I would just use it to average down the Februaries I already have. I might buy some Feb 160s if we were still trading in this range, but that seems unlikely. What do you do about Jan 250s that were bought at a pretty decent price point? It depends on how good of a price point. Like if you bought them at the bottom of the dip, I mean, those could still see value. You may not get them much cheaper now that we're already up significantly from when we hit like 239 a few days ago. That's never happening, Homer's Ghost. Sorry, 139. It is held at negative 10% at most. Would you mind sharing the values periods in each of these 7 EMA indicators you use? Right now I have the 30, the 60, the 120, 160, 180, and 250 up. Speaking of which, what is our 200 at right now? I think we're just hung up on our 250. I think we're just hung up on the 250. Oh, we've broken the 250. 250, 652. So we're actually trading right below it right now. Interesting. $256.52. Did I say? Have you seen Lamborghini's latest tweets? I haven't, Fabian. What is it? Interesting. Dark pool orders still print to the lit exchange. Lamborghini hashtag to the moon. That's fucking awesome. They've clearly identified their customer base. He just keeps adding 100 to the price because he's streaming from the future and looking at his future charts on accident. That's not accurate, Bob Smith. Shh. They must think this is happening. The day is getting closer. How would Lamborghini know about like so this is all just a big con between LRC, Ryan Cohen, and Lamborghini to ensure that every GameStop customer owns a Lambo? Is that the new thesis? Front running Ferrari and Porsche for the MOASS attendees. Yeah, smart. Still gonna buy a Porsche, but is there a typical time that dark pool orders print later in the day, or they can control stagger those prints whenever they want? I'm unclear. No, it's set. So it's a set period of time till the dark pool prints, but they can stagger by using different dark pools that print at different times. Lambo dividend. If they announce a Lambo dividend, I'll DRS all my shares and get a bunch of Lambos. I don't know what I'll do with them or where I'll park them, but I'll figure it out. Can't be worse than my friend who bought steel. Lambo's owned by Volkswagen. They know what a squeeze looks like. Can you funge a Lambo? Sure. What if it's just a fractional Lambo dividend? Well, it depends how fractional it is. A friend who bought steel? No, he had steel delivered. Like he bought futures in steel and then had to find out how to get rid of steel. Like a lot of it. He had steel at a dock that he was trading and then had to figure out how to ship that steel to a buyer. It was funny. Thoughts on fractals? I don't get into it. Maybe fucking Volkswagen or yeah, maybe like the Volkswagen Auto Group just went long GameStop. They've bought up all the remaining float, whatever there was, and they're gonna announce it. How did Tastyworks and Tastyworks is shady as fuck. All right, I have an account with them. They offer obscene margin leverage, but they're definitely not my favorite. Like they're definitely not like a trusted broker for me. I think IBKR is probably far more reliable. Oh, I don't know. It was a while back, only a couple of years. Porsche owns VW. Everyone owns everyone. I'll trade him a barrel of oil and a bushel of corn for a slab of stainless. Was that was that the deciding moment, OG Rules, when you decided to no longer be a current employee? My daughters are streaming with me today and want to say thanks for keeping our dad occupied so we can watch TV. No problem, Ryan Melbourne. Are we definitely going to run into close, aren't we? I hope so. 1269 is incoming. 1269, bless us with your upward price action. Amen. And praise be to Lady VWAP. All right, I'll be right back.
All right. Spread's still like $1. All right. What's the difference between this and the last quad witching? Had no action but 10 million ETF FTDs. The difference is this is ETF leap exposure. So generally our exposure dates fall on the OPEX quarterlies, but this is ETF leaps. So normally this wouldn't be an exposure window. Normally after quad witching, there's nothing. But in December and January, there is. No, you don't need all this market to successfully day trade or all of this knowledge. It's just not a requirement at all. What's the significance of the 2x at the money offering? I understand the first one, 157. What was the purpose of the second, 225.20 in this instance? The second was the at the money offering that was done in June, the 5 million shares. They were sold at an average price of 225.20. And so that price point represents a line of institutional interest. It's acted as a resistance and a support several times in the past now. No, I didn't cut my weeklies. I still have them. Is there a song for the pre-power hour power hour? No. Hmm. See, this is what we should be doing. Interesting. We have gamma ramps. Well, we have gamma ramps because there's so many contracts held far out. There's not a lot of contracts held weekly. Lord of Newark. Isn't AMC having a sharp dip a great sign before a potential rip? Possibly, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Emission nocturnal.
Can you go over last year's December run? Yeah, we can take a look at it. It was right here. Went from about 14 to a test of 21. Up 14%. 14, 14, 0. So over the 3 days, up almost, well, like just at 30%. What are your thoughts or theories on the expired gamma ramp in September? Nope. What do you think is more manipulated, the stock market or the crypto market? Um, hmm. They're both pretty heavily manipulated. Anybody in central Illinois had a large boom that happened like 40 minutes ago that could be felt from at least 45-mile radius from my house. That's crazy. If we don't run tomorrow or this afternoon, what next? January. Pigeon whale crashed. Does exercising a contract pre-MOASS change the amount of pressure applied instead of waiting until MOASS to exercise? I mean, if they're actively hunting shares and you're pulling shares from that, you're pulling additional shares from them, then, obviously you're putting more pressure on them. I don't think it really matters, though, on which side you do it. I mean, you can apply more pressure with it at certain points than others, but that's hard to determine from retail standpoint. You can assume that if the price runs up to a point where you can cashless exercise a contract at value for like the majority of its shares, that you're applying pressure. Aside from your primary thesis, have you seen any bullish indicators for a run the rest of the week? Mm, I mean, from a technical standpoint, we're like at the break-even line for the 250 EMA. If we cross it, that's strong. We're right above it right now, just barely. But if we can push through, that's significant. Canadian broker Questrade bumped GME borrow rate to 2.35. That's interesting. What was it before, Tupac? Who do you think holds the largest aggregate short position on GameStop? It's probably Melvin, Citadel, Point 72, or Susquehanna. One of the three, or one of the four. Do we know which one? No, not really. Golden Cross? Could raise our demand zone. Is my 121,900 call a dumb idea? Maybe. We'll find out soon. People like to shit on AMC, but I bet you all have Feb 80s just in case. Nope. More calls popping up. Well, because they can't cover it, Chucky Seki. What do you mean? How have they obfuscated them with futures contracts? By continuing to pay the borrower rate. I mean, they can hold that position as long as they pay the borrower rate. And there's a million ways for them not to report it. Your 145 target for AMD obviously wasn't for today, but AMD might have different ideas about that. No, it kind of was. It was that was a near term target. Last time I checked a few weeks ago, it was 1.35. Okay. Basically, there's no way for short hedge funds to back out now. No, they can back out over time. I asked this before with no answer. But what will AMC get rugged if it is indeed hedged to GME? I guess once forced liquidations of funds short GME starts. Yeah. Possibly before then. You know, in the moments where they need to AMC can't necessarily keep up as a hedge with GameStop, right? Because of the size of the float, and you know, not everyone's holding over there, you know, and let me think. I guess the best time for them to do it would be after FOMO starts to drive in, right? So they want FOMO to drive in, bumping the IV over there, and then they can pull that capital out. So I guess it's the moment in which they need the capital from that position. So probably near the point of forced liquidation. I feel the Pickles Wiggly squeeze and the founder overestimated the short position by a lot. It was crushed into debt. What makes you confident that they can't avoid that window? I'm not. I'm not confident they can't avoid that window at all. If people don't buy into options the way they did last year, they can easily avoid it. If no one buys options, there is no gamma exposure. There is nothing for them to synthetically hedge, which allows them to offset the amount of FTDs they create. And I think they use those moments when options interest is low to back out of their original short position. You think they're waiting to the last possible second due to the short week? Possibly. Nope, buying weeklies is always a terrible idea. Nobody has money for options. That's not true. So March and May ran higher because people were buying options and creating more gags. Yeah, also, you know, the backlash from January, right? So they still had a lot of FTDs left over from January when we ran in February, end of February. Can you look at the hourly for 12/22/20 and 12/23/20? Probably not. Like not on Webull. I'd have to like scroll back forever. How's the bid ask now compared to last year? I mean, far wider. The stock's far more volatile than it was last year and way more illiquid. What's up, S? What do you think the probability of a run is for this week? Now, still 95%. Nothing changes till the window's closed. Anti-options fund was the short hedge fund's most successful shill campaign. They still have the useful idiots parroting that sentiment. Yeah, I mean, price action and upside volatility on GameStop have reduced in direct correlation to reduced volume in the options chain over the course of the year. I'm sure most of retail investors don't have any more money to throw at options. You'd be delusional to think otherwise. Really? Have you been on Wall Street bets? They still gamble thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars a week over there on whatever their latest squeeze play is. Millions. Have you seen Marco Metzler post on LinkedIn? He said that buying calls is how we get ridiculous numbers on GME AMC. Seems he has been reading your theory. Goody. Isn't he still trying to get people to buy like some weird coin that he's making? Some altcoin. So GME moving to different Russell Dow funds have no effect on ETF exposure since this ETF exposure is for retail stocks. Is that right? No, it has an effect. But yes, most of the exposure seems to be coming from the retail drip, like retail focused ETFs. Given no synthetics are short, how small would you estimate the float in practice to be today? What? Like the free float? What's the amount of OI that you need to think that is needed to see a run like January? I'm not sure. Far less than last year, right? Because of the high hand. Thank you. Far less because the stock's way more illiquid, right? So we can move a lot more on much less volume. I don't think we need OI equivalent to last year, but we need a lot of it. BBBY action relevant for this afternoon. Yeah. Those convinced against their will are of the same opinion still. Why do people keep asking questions nobody has answers to? I don't know. The float is 62.66 million, but in practice very many more are held, possibly. we don't have any definitive proof that retail owns the float, right? Like it's an assumption we're making based on some, Google uh surveys. I would say that retail owns at least most of the float. Do we own the float multiple times over? Maybe. Like some amount in excess of 100% of the float. Like it's possible. Uh, but there was no proof of that. Like it's definitely an assumption that we take on. What are your thoughts on the Finviz 10% inside ownership bug? It bugged earlier also. No idea. I never saw it. Is there a reason they cover other stocks before GME? Yeah, it seems to be that GME is the hardest one to cover and maintain like the price of, right? So like when they're covering GameStop, it runs out of control really, really fast. And so it seems that they cover everything else earlier in the exposure window and GameStop near the end. Remember Spirit? Those are the days. That was fun. I'm sure there's a tweet somewhere we could use as evidence. If the true short interest is greater than 100%, and if retail doesn't own greater than 100% of the float, then we're assuming the institutions are owning all that extra short interest. Possible. Yeah, GME is the least liquid of the meme basket stocks. Are you interested in seeing the Finviz insider ownership bug? I can tweet it to you. Don't tweet it to me. Just DM me on Discord. Or I don't really care. I don't think it matters. If we actually don't own the float, only own about 80%, is there a more realistic range on the floor price during MOASS? No, not necessarily. It's not Class A. It's just stands for GameStop Corporation. It's just cut off. There's like a max character limit. I think that Al. Who the fuck is Al from Boston? I've heard all the theories on multiples of the float as ownership. They're pretty convincing, but not a guarantee. Is the increase in borrow rate on GME to 0.9 on IBKR significant? It went up to 1.1, and then it went down to 0.9. So it's currently the borrow rate is going down, which is not good. Oh, If they're only short 10%, but somehow Marge calls them, everyone diamond handing so they can't get those. 7 million shares could still see crazy prices. Isn't that? It's just that much less likely. I mean, no, 7 million shares short wouldn't see very crazy prices. I don't think that's the case. They wouldn't be generating millions of FTDs every quarter to obscure a 7 million short position. They would have just covered it. Pi-Fi YouTuber? Okay. I don't really care about their opinion then. It says retail owns 90% of AMC because their sweet sweet has sold 90% of all their shares. Wouldn't the vote issued during the earning conference confirm that we own multiples of the float? No. I think I went over this in a previous stream, but the vote count wasn't sufficient to confirm float ownership. I had the data somewhere. Like people use that as confirmation that we own the float, but even if like none of the institutions voted, like it still wasn't enough votes to confirm like complete retail ownership. I think it was like retail ownership maximum at that point was at like 78%. Did something come to fruition? Why is everyone down today? Because the stock hasn't run yet. But you don't think Shorty shorted it just as much or more? Well, you do. You do you. Yeah, I don't think they did. Not only was it not carrying the same amount of short interest into January, it didn't have the same number of FTDs by like not even fucking close, right? As FTDs as percent of float. Um, there was never so the short interest was never that high there in the first place. And it's much lower now. And also, Citadel flipped their position on it, which is evidenced in their 13Fs. No, don't let her in, Carl. Just ignore it. Yes, gentle. The random volume spikes with no price movement. Either that or they're from like straddles. So, if we get like 50,000 volume, you don't see any price movement. It's probably from a straddle that's hedged both ways. My oracle senses are tickling, but all I'll say right now is wait for the action. Cool. That's useful. Shorted since like 2015. AMC was a guaranteed bankruptcy during COVID shutdown, where 99% of revenue ceased. If you were a short hedge fund, what would you do? What would you do? Are you just trying to like spill like a bull case for fucking AMC? It's not gonna work. They didn't. It's not like they shorted fucking 100% of AMC's float. Sometimes the bears are right. AMC is still straddled with massive debt. The company's going nowhere. They're going to release more shares in January to pay off that debt if they want to stay afloat. If not, they'll just succumb to it and go bankrupt. And since all of their C suite has sold out of all of their shares, they'll be able to walk away with their cash that they took from AMC investors that held the floor while they did that. Yeah, a couple of times didn't stay on reg show threshold list though, did it? Dude, interesting. I don't know. Nothing. Don't they have earnings coming up? Oh, I don't care, Angel Fire. He's been complaining about shit for months. AMC Insider sold 55 million shares. Where there's smoke, there's fire. There's no smoke, though. All of it's just made up. Like, with GameStop, there's smoke, but with AMC, there's no smoke, there's no fire. Everything's fine. There's no question that there's not a large amount of short interest on AMC. Yeah, I don't trust the reported numbers either, but that doesn't mean that there's a large, like, what kind of percentage short do you think they are on AMC? TJ Loki writing hit pieces on you? Oh, like, I give a shit. You can limit shift surge to block orders only. Do you think options FOMO will be as strong since we're up 1,000% from last year's sneeze? It could be. It could be equally strong, but the stock has to run for FOMO to kick in. A billion shares short. Should rather know when MOASS. Here's a crazy thought. What if there's just no short interest and retail just owns 90% of the fucking company? Almost like all the money in AMC is just retail's money. The entire value of a company propped up on the backs of its shareholders, while the C-suite skims off the top. Our Gmail insiders can't legally sell any of their shares until Feb 2022. Is this true? Likely, do you think? They have lockup, yeah. Is their like options vest? Cool, the hugger's back. That's because for those guys, like, their thesis is just that I'm wrong, not that they're right. That's all they want. They just want me to be wrong. I'm starting to doubt you. Would you rather know win MOASS or the exact short interest? Short interest. %, GME, 5% AMC. Okay. I mean, you clearly think it's a gamble, right? That doesn't like, it's not like you're 50-50. It's not like you have a lot of confidence in the play. So I don't really understand arguing on its behalf. Why won't AMC just get held by the government? Did they change a squeeze to allow holding positions? If no price action today, thesis is the same. Yep, just no December exposure. And it's not today, it's today and tomorrow, but yeah, the thesis remains. Hey, Gherk, first of all, thanks for all you do. Learned a lot. How can we recognize the MOASS from a run up? At what price point do you put your game face on? Possibly December MOASS because announce. Oh, crossing 350. I don't know if there's going to be an announcement. Like LRC had an announcement today, but it had nothing to do with GameStop, right? Like this announcement everyone's waiting on, there's no confirmation of, right? Why do you have IRNT $7 calls? Oh, I wanted to see if it was part of something. They were like, well, they were very cheap. They were like $5 each. I just wanted to see if something was going to happen. Ask because I have $3. What's up, Ben? We still need to correct from this hefty overextension to the downside, right? No way Jamie can settle as low as 150 after a few in the money puts were bought and sold. It wasn't a few, it was a lot. And it wasn't just in the money puts, right? It was share creation and selling on a massive level. It was not easy for them to drive the price down to this point. And if they've just dodged all the exposure from the ETFs, from GameStop itself, or the vast majority of it at least, then all they've done is increase their exposure in January. So if they're going to FTD all of that in order to drive the price down and keep exposure from occurring now, that exposure is still going to occur in January, and it costs a shitload of money to do it, right? Like, because it's not just GameStop that they drove down, right? If you look at like XRT, like massive price decline from 104 down to 180 down to 83. So this IJR from 121 down to 106. I guess Dillard's is a good example, right? Dillard's from 416 all the way down to 230. I mean, this is an even bigger drop than GameStop suffered, right? Like this isn't just GameStop. It's a market wide, right? The amount of FTDs they're creating in order to dodge that exposure, it's massive. I want to be right too, but if I'm not, I'm fine with that. It doesn't change my theory though. Do you predict MOASS taking another whole year? It's possible, but unlikely. I think given another year, the market crash that they've been betting on is a much higher chance of happening. In which case, they can exit their short positions. Are there Dillard's hype people out there and Facebook pages dedicated to it? I haven't looked. I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, I have to update Reddit. So weird. Now your righteous mods are muting me for not talking to them directly. Power hungry ordinary people, in my opinion, speak when spoken to, and PyFi answer my question. What was your question? The fuck do you think you are, koala hugger? If you want to come in here and have a conversation with me, that's fine. Talk to me like that, and I'll just ban you. Mandatory monthly. Hashtag not a cold tithe. Thank you, Shaken Lakin. I appreciate that, man. If you scale the chart horizontally so the lines aren't very tall, is that a short squeeze? No. I see you complaining a lot about your question, but not actually asking it. Yeah, Koala Hugger's back. He's feeling vindicated and righteous. What makes you think the float is not owned? I think the float is owned. I think we don't have strict confirmation of that. We have some evidence that indicates it is. I don't think retail is delusional. And I have shares because I'm up. Why would I sell? I believe in the long-term value of the company. It's a good value investment. They're investing heavily in growth in a pre-inflation market. That, I mean, just from a fundamental standpoint, GameStop's a great investment. Why would I sell if I didn't think 100% of the float was owned? You assume that I'm only in this for a short squeeze, but you know, that's not the only reason I own GameStop. I have a long-term position. I fucking held AMD for years. 7 years? 8 years? I'm not gonna sell fucking GameStop because it's having, you know, like a bad quarter. We don't have confirmation that the float is owned, but it's likely that it is. I don't think we'd ever get it either. Who would tell us if we owned it? So you become a full-time streamer. I mean, yeah, I've always wanted to educate people on the financial markets. In a way. I mean, I don't really care that much, but I see a benefit to it. And the longer I've done this, the more benefit I see. As more and more people who follow this channel learn about these things and become better investors and more capable of managing their finances themselves, you know, that's that value given provides comfort, I guess. It's nice. I can take something I know and understand and share it with other people, and then they know and understand it. What's so bad about that? Your question about the float ownership is very weird. The short interest was revealed at 140% at the beginning of the year. What has changed since then except more buying and holding? I mean, it was revealed at 140% before the squeeze or the sneeze in January, right? But we've never had a reported short interest of 140% again since then. We've had Refinitiv reported 113% short interest like a couple weeks ago, which indicates that, you know, there is data somewhere swimming around that's showing a higher amount of short interest than what's being revealed to us through 13Fs or by the SEC, but it's obfuscated. So we don't have actual proof of what it is or where it is. And if it's gone down, you know, 27% in the last 9 months, that would indicate that they're slowly covering that short interest over time, would it not? So if, you know, if I have a report, accidental or not, of short interest in 140% in January, and then I have a report in November of 113% short interest, you know, and sure, let's say these are glitches, right? But, you know, in the glitches, there is information, right? Like, none of us believe they're glitches. That would indicate that short interest has gone down 27% over the course of this year, which would mean that they are slowly covering, right? Which would mean that an aggressive stance by retail is best in order to ensure that they can't drop this any lower. Yeah, there was the lawsuit, but that wasn't confirmed by anything. Yeah, and the SEC did say they didn't cover. but they're still going to attempt to unwind. Like it's absurd to think that we've been trading above $130 all year, mostly above 180, and that they haven't tried to cover any of it. That they're just going to consistently hold that position and carry that risk for an indefinite period of time. Like they know they got burned, right? So now it's them trying to get out. And in the process of them trying to escape that position, there are moments where they are more exposed and weaker. Forget GME. I learned a lot about trading. I've been an investor, not a trader. I exited positions more equitably since I joined your channel than ever before. Thanks, Dr. Superb. I appreciate that, man. Who would the court ask for accurate data? NYSE? I don't know. Who the fuck is Jason Waterfalls? Is he the guy who's like suing everybody? I'm all about getting more equitable data for retail. It's completely unfair that we don't have access to that. But as far as short positions go, no one has access to that data except the entity that's short for the most part. Citadel sure as fuck doesn't report anything to the SEC, and they report as little as feasibly possible to the SROs. Koalas are riddled with chlamydia. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Mr. Good. Message you something on Discord that might interest you. I don't know your Discord name. I assume. PJ, was it the. Was it the Finviz stuff? Would you ever consider inviting Mark Codes on your stream? Not after witnessing his Twitter rooms. It was Gex Dark Pool data. Hmm. 139.16. Give exposure next expiration 1260. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that later, but it looks interesting. How are they calculating it? Is it just like standard GEX calculation based on open interest? Basically, we have to put pressure when the short hedge funds are in their weaker states, and if we don't, they can keep trying to unwind this overshorted position. Would this be correct? Yes. Hi, you're great. Thanks, Han. I appreciate that. Is Cohodes a grifter? I don't know. The real SI is hidden with puts? What puts? Are you talking about the 50-cent puts? They're not married to anything. We already have the single stock futures that contain GameStop. They're a known like it's known. We have proof of those positions being open. Why would they hide them in the options chain? Do you get a sense that short hedge funds have a trick up their sleeve? The movements in November and now December make me feel they might find a way out of this in January. It's possible. I'm going to bet they can't get out of it entirely in January. Brazilian puts, those expired months ago. How is it possible there was no exposure to cover today? Because they drove the price down $100. Had received the first response from GameStop's legal team, and the case comes after both sides have made their statements. I don't know. I don't really follow what he's doing. Moonwind demands a response? Where's Moonwind? I answered him already. GEX calculated through options with a max of 93 DTE. 3 months data updated after each trading day. Okay. Thank you, PJ. When collab with Andrew Money again? I saw the important message, Hand. Thank you. When were leaps and options closing 1217 opened 6/21 2021? When we are leaps. Can you rephrase that, Robert Dole? So we went from they have to place orders by Wednesday market open till there is not exposure to cover because they drove the price down in $100 in the span of today. If there isn't exposure, it's because they drove the price down $100. We still have till tomorrow to determine if there was exposure or not. Seems like they're winning. I don't know about that. Yeah, fortunately, I'm not carrying like a bunch of weeklies, so I mean, I have a few, but not many. So if nothing happens, I'm prepared for that eventuality. But in defeating the exposure, they would just create more FTDs, right? So in order to drop the price to a point where they could undermine the exposure from the naked calls, they just equally increase the number of FTDs they have to resolve. You know, T plus 935 and T plus 235 from that date. So it's not really like a win, right? It just offsets the damage. And I think we have proof that, with XRT going on the threshold list and meme and whatever other ones happen to show up there, that's exactly what they've attempted to do. To this, we're only down $1. I know. All the FTDs from this year need to be resolved in January. I've seen some interesting points on that. I don't think so. People have too much writing on this, hence the uncertainty and doubt. Got to remind people that nothing is a guarantee, and they shouldn't jeopardize other aspects of their life for this. I fully agree with that. Citadel a good guy by teaching us not to play weeklies? That would mean the resolution of the ETF activities would fall after January exposure, right? It seems advantageous to hope people sell in January and cover later. Yes, right. That's what happened last year, as those ETF FTDs fell after people sold in January. That's the thing I think everyone misses, is that like a lot of people, like, buy and hold was talked about during the run up in January, right? But there was lots of selling going on here. Lots of options were cash settled. Like, we didn't drop from 483 to 40 solely off of the puts that they used, right? Like, this was shorting, this was selling, this was everything. People that had been in the market for 5 days. You think those people were like diamond handed? No. Some of them might have been inadvertently, but people were buying and selling and wash sailing. Enough people have showed me their positions and their wash sales throughout this whole thing that it's everyone's had a moment of panic, or like, it's not just like everyone like bought here and fucking never sold. Some people did, some people didn't, but volume was released. Does it matter? No. Dillard's taking off. That's not it. Yep. Hmm. Interesting. See, Dillard's is curious because it only has an 11 million float. And it has options. And I'm pretty sure that it's caught in some way in the same cycle GameStop is. How much is Dillard's up since November? I don't think it is. Right? It's since the beginning of November, it went up, $200 and then came back down. Are we moving to bi-weeklies on Dillard's? There's an analyst at JP Morgan absolutely crapping his pants because his unhedged play hasn't taken off yet. I mean, they bought shares and some options. Isn't the Dillard's weirdness related to their preferred stock dividend? Yes, but it's also in a lot of the same ETFs that GameStop is in and has moved similarly with GameStop over the year. Isn't the most likely explanation that they're waiting to the last minute like they've done so many times? Yes. I've leveraged a few grand 5 times at 154. What is the likelihood of me getting wrecked before Christmas? Some of that doesn't make sense. You've bought some weeklies? Is that what you're saying? They could have bought it at 130 and sold already. It's possible. If the SPY continues its downtrend, the SPY has done nothing but rip today. It's up almost $7. There's no downtrend here. What's interesting is this is having no effect on GameStop today at all. It's almost like people are inherently impatient. Yeah. It's tough to be on the receiving end of that impatience. Y'all talk about shorting through ETFs. What about inverse ETFs? There's leveraged ETFs and there's synthetic ETFs. Inverse ETFs usually hold assets that move inverse to whatever position they're tracking. 100%. This has been a year of financial literacy for me, and you're my true teacher that I've learned so much from. Thank you. Thank you, man. MOASS won't cure my depression, but I think it'll help a lot. Hair for MOASS. Am I wrong in thinking that the crazy bid ask today and the erratic price action is indicative of something coming? I feel like it is. Not only that, I feel like the spike in long-term IV is indicative of a move more than anything else. Like if the market maker is jumping IV against Black-Scholes, right? They're predicting a move, and they're charging more for options because of it, right? Why are you buying fucking weeklies? Stop buying weeklies, people. Like I'm gonna lose money on my Januaries, right? But if nothing happens, but I don't like I'm not gonna lose all my money, right? I'm just gonna lose some, and I can move that money out into February. I wouldn't say I'm a watch guy. I have like a nice watch. You got it, Kevin. Thanks, man. Anything on the options chain? Nope. The single largest order today still remains Jan 14 $200 puts sold. Someone's selling off some 155 puts. Looks like calls are starting to pick up, but a lot of them appear to be weeklies. Like the OI is in weeklies. Oh, I'm gonna try to roll in a way that saves money. So I'm gonna sell my January options. So if nothing happens, worst case scenario, nothing happens, my options don't go up in value. I'm going to sell my January weekly or my January calls, and then I'm going to wait until there is a good entry, and then I'm going to take that money and buy into more Februaries, averaging down my February cost. So I'll save money on the decline in or the decay of theta, the decline in price if that occurs, and I will also save money by the February calls being cheaper at that time as well. Tell me what you know about Tootsie Roll. Is there alleged squeeze play potential on it or anything else to know about the stock? I don't really know much about it. Um, I'm not sure what the short interest is. I think it's kind of high. My bank account is up to 732. As the holder of the money, I'm thinking of dumping it into weeklies. If they ask, I'll block their numbers. My banned bank account? Oh boy. Everything I do seems to result in the opposite effect from that desired. Should I buy a put on GME in order to trigger MOASS for all of you? The irony of it all that by buying in November at 80 to 90% IV and eating your paper losses on the IV increase plus price action, it's just still not a decent profit. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't really had like an IV spike except on our drop, like the big part of the drop. But IV's remained pretty stable. IV in April is still at like 80% at the money. So yeah, and an IV spike, basically all of those contracts are going to realize value. Why Febs and not later? You can buy later if you want. I just expect price action before that. This volume is incredible. It's low. It's low for even for recently. This is a very low volume day. Did you close your out of the money Feb options? No, I'm not going to close those. I'll just average them down. I bought a bunch more Feb options on the dip, like when I picked up those April calls. Can they just cover Friday? The market's closed. I really wish GME was AMD at this point. Yeah, AMD coming back very strong. I'm glad that AMD is AMD at this point. But I have like a pretty big position in AMD, so how can I see IV? Because I can't see it on WeBull, Dejura, or IBKR. I'd love to know this. Thank you. You can use bar chart. I believe Thinkorswim has something that tracks implied volatility, or it has like an IV oscillator. There's some paid services. I think like Unusual Whales and stuff like that has historic IV. This isn't MOASS. I know everyone wants this week to be MOASS, but this was never intended to be MOASS, right? This wasn't like, this is simply the week that we expect the action that precedes MOASS to kick off. They have done a lot over the last 2 weeks to suppress the price. I have no doubt that GameStop will realize its value before that drop. So bi-weekly is Mr. Financial Advisor. Definitely not. If you're buying farther out calls, and not weeklies, right, and nothing happens, say if you're buying Jans, right, and nothing happens, you can just sell them, right? And you pay for this time that you made the bet, and that's it. If you're buying contracts that expire like Thursday, you know you're paying for this time, and the contracts will be worthless as they approach that expiration. No, we've crossed view up a few times today. We need volume. I think today was the longest I've ever seen it sit at 156. Yeah, today was unusually flat. It's days like these we need to remember, make hedgies pay for this. I agree. Do you still hold your estimated price target of 225, even though they only have 1 day to cover now? So, I mean, the more days they have left to cover, the more they can dilute the covering, right? And so I think some in every T+2 window, right? I think we see some covering occur and then the majority of it, right? So I think they cover a little bit, and then the last bit of covering that they need to do, they squeeze into the last part of the window, right? Into this Tuesday, Wednesday period. So I think, Monday they're already beginning to cover, and that's why we kind of see IV pick up in this part, right? Like moving into these T+2 windows, we see the IV pick up a little as they begin to cover. And then I think as we approach the end of it, they cover everything else they need to. And the extent of the exposure determines, I think, how early within that period they cover. So, if they're covering, Monday and Tuesday, then, they have a lot of exposure, right? And so they need to start covering early to ensure that they can get enough volume to cover it. But I think if their exposure is low, we see them cover later into the cycle, like Tuesday, Wednesday, because they have less to cover. But if for instance they have a lot to cover during this period and they've pushed it out Monday and Tuesday and haven't covered, then that means that they need to create a lot of volume on Wednesday, right, in order to cover that exposure. So by waiting and not covering right away, um, they're distilling the price action into a very narrow period of time, right? Instead of diluting it over the entire T+2 window, it forces all of the price action to be covered in a very short period of time, which may not create more volume, right? Because the amount of exposure is already set, but it can create more volatility and lead to larger spikes in implied volatility. I just saw that post on Reddit. I want to express my appreciation for what you do and how much I value the commentary you provide. Thank you. Could the timeline be moved up? It's possible. From the deferments? But those should be separate from this, right? Is it possible that they got margin called? I mean, if they did, then we don't see anything until January. Missed it earlier. Not a lot of new puts, not a lot of volume. How are they keeping it flat? Just no trading, right? If there's no one buying and no one selling, it's flat. Shiftsearch.com is how I check incoming options. So the IV spike also gives an incentive to people to settle options to shake longer term hedging requirements. Yes, quick name. Perhaps they are aiming for fake MOASS with this covering. Run it up tomorrow, dramatic movement, people buy in, FOMO. Run it down before January, people less sensitive to FOMO. Maybe. But there's the risk there is they just make everyone a bunch of money to FOMO into January, right? That's like you have to remember that they have to somehow dodge the psychology of bag holders at that point. It's like once a stock has made someone a lot of money, those people are far more interested in that stock, right? So if they run it right now, when maybe not everyone's in, but a lot of people are in, and people make a lot of money on that run. That money is likely to get reinvested, a large portion of it back into the company and back into more options and probably safer, more expensive options at that. QSWIM, we won't see anything until Jan if margin called. T35, no. No. So if they got margin called in November and they failed, with the deferments, it's like 60 days. If the spot market is illiquid and they're saying they can't cover, and FINRA is giving them extensions based on that illiquidity, they can extend it out for up to 60 days. So say they have, they need to cover 50 million shares, right? And, we're not trading, we're trading, a million volume a day. They have a very good grounds for saying that the market is too illiquid for them to cover. And that gives them up to 60 days for that liquidity to appear. If it does not, then they are margin called. And then the buy is forced, right? And then they have to raise the bid in order to create liquidity, which would create a short squeeze. I just mean the GEX. If they covered a week early in November, does that not shift it? Not now. Why does the ticker sometimes not reflect the orders I see come through in the level 2 data? You might be missing orders in your level 2 data, OG rules. Not all level 2 data follows all exchanges. Even like the one I pay for, like the NBBO order book, only covers like 16 exchanges. Would it stay flat until then if they were margin called? I mean, yes, but if rumors of margin calls are spreading around on the street, you'd expect a lot of institutions to start piling in. So usually in those instances, like people in the know are already moving on the position, and that means more people see those moves, and that creates it kind of creates FOMO in the wake of the rumor. The 60 days falls in January 28th, I believe. Bob Smith. What type of seller do you think is best for long dated options on a run up? Stop limits, usually. How dry is volume right now? I mean, low. Is this indicative of anything at all? Not necessarily. We're approaching power hour though, and breaking through VWAP, and our trend is pretty strong. Like this isn't too weak of a trend, so this looks good. Um, we'll see if this pressure continues. And with my luck, this whole run will end up with us at like 180, and people will be like, "Oh, well, you said 200." But unfortunately, I can't predict the upside potential. I can only give a range of what I think it could hit. Only orders above 100 volume move the ticker. Yep. How did you learn about mechanics, hedge funds, and MMs like these? Um, research, experience, both. Digging into things I probably would have been far happier not knowing. Can they still cover tomorrow? Yes. I mean, it could just be JP Morgan's margin call, right? We don't know. They're Citadel's prime, aren't they? Or not Citadel, Melvin's prime. So if they margin called somebody, there's nothing wrong with them taking a long position against that. There's nothing illegal there. They're already. I mean, if they were the ones that lent the margin, they're already or lent the shares, they're already long on the fucking stock anyway. So they're just increasing their holdings, right? I haven't had time to go look. I wanted to go check out some adoption places, but I just haven't had time. Um, guys. Don't worry, it's just gonna fail 160 like you said it would. I know. Not really. Space gravy. Buying's buying. All the FUD disappeared in the span of one candle. No, but we're just running straight up. Like, I have no idea. Trace Subway Cup. I was gonna get a cat. I don't want your cat's Moonwin. I don't need some cat coming to my house and selling covered calls. Thanks, Holden Harold. What's the downside of a trailing stop? You get your order fills on volatility and the stop keeps running. What would you name your cat and what breed? I'm very partial to Korots, and I don't know what I'd name it. This is the vengeance of feces. I'm doing weird shit outside my apartment again. I don't think so. Nice, Grizz. I don't want tabbies. I don't want to. I don't want to adopt any cat that's gonna have weird genetic issues that I have to pay to fix. Yeah, I think they're doing construction or something, or cleaning up construction that they've been doing all week. Sounds like a yacht horn. Sus. Are the market on close orders we see dark pool volume? Sometimes, yeah. Can you remember another time we just hovered at one price for so long? Yeah, all day today. New people, confused noises. They don't know about the angry banana. This banana has been put through a lot of things on his way to MOASS, and he will have his vengeance. That banana has seen some dark pools. If this runs, will you sell your contracts before end of close today? It depends on how hard it runs. At some point, you're gonna have to give me my banana back. I mean, it's been months, dude. I don't want to. Power hour. Let's fucking go. I agree.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Finally. Finally a fitting power hour. Clip it. Why did you name your channel Pickle Financial? I don't fucking know. My screen name from when I played video games was Gherkin. And so I wasn't super creative with it, I guess, and I just carried it forward. Where's retail hiding the volume today? Yeah, I'm just looking for IV on them, Bob. Are they going to do my strategy of ripping it into close? AMD's channel is pointing to end of day 145. You time traveler. If you guys think I'm good at GameStop, you should see me with predicting other stocks. Speaking of which, my cat calls are back in the money now. That's right. I bought more. Intern watching confirmed using Gherk's halt strategy. Fuck you. Oh, we're above max pan. Nowhere to go but up now. Why are my Jan 950Cs green on this massive rip? There's no volume. The price action isn't volume supported. If we rip into close, I mean, it depends. Like, are we gonna halt? How many wives do you have now versus how many are you looking to add? 0. And I'd like to multiply that by 10. So what happens if you're right about everything? They have huge exposure today. They literally don't click the buy button, as in they have the obligation but fail to deliver. Oh, MOASS. Big ops. Win? Soon. 0 times 10 equals 0, you noob. I'm aware. Carl. I know how math works. He asked me how I was looking to add. I gave an overly complex answer. GameStop is just a giant conspiracy theory. You people should book psychiatrist appointments. Thanks, Ken Griffin. If you want to pay for them, I'm sure there's some shit they could help unpack. Whatever the banana left behind. That's 100% the real Ken Griffin. Imagine this. Imagine if Ken Griffin, DFV, Ryan Cohen, and Elon Musk, all members of this channel, are actually who they say they are. And we find out later. My streams will end up in the Smithsonian. They are. Thank you for your hard work, telling these plebeians how to play exactly into our strategy all day. You are for us and not for the people. We're glad to have you and want to tell you this private message. You are a rock star. Thank you, BlackRock leadership. I appreciate that. I had a dream where we were long distance dating. Fake. And you got sunburnt and you came to visit me in Sarasota and you stayed home and ate lobster for 3 days. Wow, that's a weird fucking dream. Do you think any Citadel employees are in your stream? I don't know. If they are, what's up? Start looking for a new job. Yeah, I went to a white elephant Christmas party one time, and I bought a thing that looked really inappropriate after it was wrapped, gift wrapped. Um, but that's just because the object itself was inappropriate. I think I misunderstood the concept. Feeling pretty bullish. Was that the same as the furry party? No. Are you hiring ex Citadel employees? If they want to quit and maybe copy some files on their way out. Furry party? Yeah, I got drunk at a hotel that was having like a furry convention one time. I was there for work, but there was like a lot of furries there. It was a weird night. You actually said that out loud. I'm aware. I'm aware, turd. It wasn't fun, but it was interesting. I'm aware of what they explained it to me in great detail. They were nice people, just odd. If people want to bang each other dressed like teddy bears, let them do them. Whatever makes them happy, you know? They literally are doing them. It's true. On a scale of 1 to 510, how bullish are you? 220? If your kink is making other people feel bad about themselves, then you probably should only do that with somebody who's agreed to beforehand and not just randomly making other people feel bad about themselves. How much to get you in a pickle furry suit? You don't have enough money. Also, why would a pickle be furry? That sounds like a problem. Thank you, Cablevision. Do you think they even started to cover? Not really. Maybe a little bit. Shills are just too freaked out to talk now. Did the shill paytex bounce? I've yet to get one. Okay, Cablevision, what's going on here? Are you sending actual messages with these? I'm about to reach my monthly internet quota for this month. Could you tune out all the crap and use my last kilobytes and speed up the covering? Thank you so much, Cablevision. I appreciate it. What's going on, Moon? Carl keeps going mad with power. I see that occurring. He's just, you know, he's turgid right now. He can't help it. There's very little blood flow to his brain. Give it a minute. Let the price consolidate. He'll calm down. I didn't say I expected it today. I said during this window of covering, we could see 200 to 225. That's my conservative estimate. I think I convinced someone of your goodness, sir. Thank you, Han. I appreciate that. No, you. I'm fine right now, Carl. I'm just worried about you. I'm not making you a mod. Clap for using turgid twice in 1 week. You're welcome, Secure. Watch it reach 189 and the crying that starts after. Oh, I know. If it hit 199, the fucking DJ Loki would still be bitching. Do you know any good resource to monitor that calculates GEX exposure? You can get the data from the NYSE on their DMMs. That's probably the best one. Cardinal of Pickles put their Chug Mulan Gherk edition in Pigeon Whale. All right, let's see this. Oh boy. Your face already looks so angry. Where's my headphones? uh, thank you, Darth Dan. I needed that today. Also, nice R2D2 sweater, man. It's on the Pigeon Well Discord. Anybody can see it. Do you think Europor is selling to DRS has an effect on the cycle? Why would they? Their fucking shares are already registered in their name in most of the countries there. Yeah. Selling shares that aren't being lent is bad. Maybe I need to explain in further detail the creation versus shorting. See, shorting, you have a locate, a borrow, and then eventually a return. Creation, you print shares, and then you sell them. I suppose there is something about this that people don't understand. Everyone thinks the big bad hedgies are after their shares, but they can just do this. I mean, they both result in FTDs, right? But I think that the borrow rate, sub 5% for the entirety of the year would indicate that they would prefer to do the other, right? Like they would prefer creation versus actual shorting. Through ETFs. You guys can look up ETF creation. There's some fun videos that BlackRock made about it. But you have to return the created shares, right? They both result in an FTD, but the benefit of creation is that it's a long position, right? As far as the ETF you created it from, you've gone long on that ETF. So when you fail, you're failing a long position, not a short, right? So it's 35 calendar days additional time to cover. Nope, no locate. Not for T+9. DRS is to show that there are. I mean, DRS is just to create illiquidity. Beyond that, it's skeptical. It does. It pulls shares, borrowable shares away, or possibly borrowable shares away. ETFs are a scam. How's creating a share work? Is it through things like married puts, buy rights, and ETF arbitrage? It's through creation baskets made by authorized participants. I just tried to zoom in on your screen to see if we're going to bounce off VWAP. I could just do that for you, man. I kind of want to watch Mulan, too. Why would it mean a lower FTD rate? None of this part of the cycle has anything to do with FTDs. Lower FTD creation, but like, that's the thing about, like, if they try to obscure the exposure, they create FTDs that offset that. Like, so if they, let me try to explain it a different way. Hold on. So by tanking the price like this, right? They're creating FTDs here instead of creating FTDs here. Which still, that still just adds to the price action in January. So it's still unavoidable. So if they're using creation and bona fide market making to drive the price down in order to avoid upside exposure, then that downward pressure is going to present upside exposure later, right? So it's really just unavoidable. That's the issue when you're dealing with an illiquid stock like GameStop. No, I'm not sure if they're able to internalize things between counterparties. It's a good question. I don't really have an answer to that. I don't think so. Clip all of that? Sure. What's your address so I can send you a Christmas gift? I'm not telling you, Moon. I'm gonna go somewhere in the tri-state area and get a PO box. and then I'm going to send someone else to that PO box to move it to another PO box, and I'm going to send someone else to pick it up from that PO box. So all the mail from the first PO box will be forwarded to a second PO box, maybe a third. Has there been a Mean Girls stream card yet? You know, surprisingly, no. If the FTDs are earlier, then does this change our dates? This means the peak must end earlier, around the middle of January, right? It doesn't, because the FTDs play out all across that period. It does increase the amount of FTD exposure in the January anomaly window. I haven't watched season 2 of The Witcher yet. Since last Jan, do you think retail has bought an average of about 15K shares a day? I mean, most days, if you go by the time and sale, retail buys between 8,000 to 10,000 shares a day. Those numbers go up in the middle of the month, at the end of the month, and on Fridays. But yeah, I would say averaged out, I haven't looked at the data from the entire time period and compared it, but I would say probably somewhere around 100,000 shares a week, give or take. But bid ask well above $1. It's like 50 cents. They got no volume for Gex covering today and yesterday. After hour and pre-market have lower liquidity, right? Well, they can raise the price in after hour and pre-market to increase liquidity. $157.50 to $160 was the squeeze. Jimmy stopped. Pack it up. Thank you, Postmaster General. $466K returned as a few minutes ago. 282,000 borrowed on the day. Interesting. Stop ignoring my CC question. Safer now or in the AM? It's not safe. I have a 155C that I'm about 25% up on. Would that stop me from selling a 160cc? In worst case, I get assigned to just execute my 155? Or is there a bad case to this? That's called a poor man's cover call. You can just sell a naked call. You don't need to sell a CC. Just tell me when it's safe so you can take his shares from him. You're like one of the characters in the movie Pets with the parrot of yours and living in New York City. Thanks. What's up, Secure's wife? Wife number 1 in the house. Would you expect movement pre-market? Yeah, if they intend to cover tomorrow, I would. I think it would be odd if we didn't see that. Who's wife number 2? We don't know. We assume she's been eliminated by wife number 1. I mean, no one was being mean to me. Hey, man, as always, thank you for everything. How are you feeling about your thesis right now? I'm fine. You're so confident in some kind of price movement? Pretty, yeah. What does it mean if we stay flat all week? No gamma exposure. That by shorting the stock down to 140, they were able to reduce their gamma exposure to the call side of the options chain enough. And you know, they did it across the entire basket. It wasn't just GameStop that, you know, they didn't have a lot of exposure to cover this week in order to offset the predicted cycle. Which just means an increased rate of FTDs and probably more ETFs on the reg show threshold list as we move forward into January. It increases the number of FTDs in January. Like, we know they're not borrowing real shares of GameStop to short with, right? Because the borrow rate is static. They borrowed some, but not many. Would you consider holding your Jan 21s longer? Not much. So we're likely to see a November 3rd out of nowhere spike if we don't see action this week. Yeah, T plus 9 and 35 from the large days of creation, but not really a spike, right? They did it over 2 weeks. So just a 2-week steady incline in T plus 9 and 35 days, or steady buy pressure. I mean, technically, if retail... See, there was something interesting I was thinking about the other night, right? For CNS to be effective, for the continuous net settlement to move through, there has to be buy volume, right? And if there has to be buy orders in order to satisfy, you know, the FTDs, for them to pair it up and net it out, right? But if no one's buying at all, then where do they get those orders from? It's curious. It's like a fun thought experiment. Like, how do they get enough orders to satisfy that push through CNS? Like, right now, retail doesn't provide a lot of volume, but it provides some. Isn't that way too fucking long and should be illegal? Probably, but it's not. Johnny Dillman, thank you so much for re-upping your Dillionaire status. I appreciate that, man. or just first time becoming a billionaire, hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Well, if nothing happens tomorrow, Mike, they'll be 50% down. Would you buy puts or calls on XRT knowing it hasn't published SI over 200%? Calls.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
If they realize the end is in January, wouldn't it help them in the short term to just let the FTDs pile up for later? Yeah. When does the T plus 90, T plus 9 plus 35 land? It's going to vary, but over the entire course of them shorting through ETFs. So that whole time period, right? I would say probably most on the days where we had the big drops is where the most borrowing occurred and we would see the most inverse price action. So it was a pretty steady decline over this entire period, but you know, if we start here and go 9 bars and here, then, you know, we're seeing that price action occur. So between 112 and I guess, well, I should probably just do this from here. Between 112 and 131. So all of the FTDs from this would be due between, or in this window. So within that red window, all the FTDs created from ETF creation would be due. Oh, son of a bitch. So it's like can kicking, but it's very ineffective. Especially to can kick it into that period where there's already a lot of FTDs due from the failure to roll the future contracts forward, right? It's messed up to think that they've probably been trying to cover all of this and they have been the majority trading of the stock all this time. They seem to know exactly what they're doing. Yeah, they do. Control your tyrants. All right, that's it. Have you posted the non-editable trading view with the projected FTDs and ETF cycles? Yeah, I believe Carl posted it in the Pigeon Whale chat. Do you expect the peak to be in Jan or Feb? That's tough to say. That depends on how much gamma they have to continue to hedge, or how much delta they're hedging into those exposure windows. Like, if everything's just going to be FOMO into the run, then the peak will be before the end of January. They could, yeah, they could cover them before then, Polsky. Never thought about them DRSing their gamma exposure. Fitting. Do they have until market open to finish covering? They have until market open to place the orders to finish covering. I stuck up for Moon once and he bit my hand. Standard. So about the buy orders for CNS, does CNS clearing of an FTD show up on the tape? Yeah. It doesn't happen like off exchange. It can't be obscured. Could they have wrecked the price to wipe out Gex to cast doubt on the thesis? I don't know. I don't want to buy into like the tinfoil. I think they just wrecked the price to avoid exposure because it was a lot. Right? Like fucking those quarterly options were way up, right? On everything in the basket after November's run. So I think they wrecked the price, yeah, to reduce their exposure, right? That's the desperate like dip before the rip price action you expect preceding a short squeeze. Is it an effort to curb exposure to large amounts of, naked calls? They drop the price as hard as they feasibly can. Oh no, it's the imposter. If for some reason they barely survive JanFeb, what will be the next best window of opportunity for MOASS? JanFeb 2023? No, it would be. I mean, if they barely survive, that means we're trading very high prices, like 350 or higher, leaving January, right? Which means that the next exposure period in March, the March cycle, which begins at the on the third Friday of February, um, would present significant risk to them. If they manage to bring the price back down after whatever happens in January, then that's another story. This is a lot like November now, from the pump on Friday afternoon to the pops at open and subsequent slow bleed chops throughout the day. Possibly, but we're not bleeding. We're only down 0.8%, 0.08%. Less than 1%. So is this thesis now that they will cover overnight Wednesday, or that they didn't need to cover GEX? Well, we have to see. They'll either cover tonight or they won't, right? We'll either start to see price action going into tomorrow. I've said that we can expect them to cover all the way out through through the rest of tomorrow. If there's a run in the next 2 days, the Jan 21's 950s have an IV spike on that 12th through 31st window from this period of shorting. Yes. But the theta decay will make them almost worthless. Like, I'll definitely, if nothing happens by tomorrow at close, I'm going to move those January 950s out. Like, I'll move them out to, February or something. What if they don't cover? Like, what are the repercussions of it? Margin call? Forced buy-ins? I mean, forced buy-ins. If they can't complete the forced buy-ins, a margin call. What if they don't cover tomorrow? More FTDs? I mean, the FTDs would have been created already, but yeah, it would create more. The leader of the tyrants is a tyrant himself. The whole structure is compromised. Shut up, Moonwind. You're just mad because you don't know what price to sell your CCs at. I just want to say thanks. I've learned more from this channel than I ever did at school or becoming an engineer. Cheers, my man. Thank you, Marcus. Analysis. DDS up 8%, still rising. Yeah, I love how everything else in the basket is fucking ripping like crazy but us. Who's selling to them? Selling what? I'm mad because my voice is being silenced. Well, you're saying shitty things, so people are shutting you up. We know there's no free speech in here. If retail's just buying calls and they short to push them out of the money, what is the scale of short hedge funds losing money to retail in this scenario? Well, the point is that the calls are far enough out that when the pushback occurs pronto, then those calls will be driven into the money. So in their desire to avoid that call exposure, the breadth of the entire cycle occurs before those calls expire. What's stopping a billionaire dropping 1 billion on shares in one go and then selling after the price goes up? I mean, market manipulation, risk, price doesn't go up, it's not enough. I don't think weeklies are a very good idea. This is a capitalist chat room. Who's selling shares to them? If we have a float locked up and we're not selling, nobody. They don't need shares. Not real ones. Every time that enters my mind, I remember that JP Morgan went long very publicly with zero puts. It is bullish. Can I just make shares? No, not you, but other people. Just a reminder that I got the chair you wanted in a landlocked state. Okay, fuck you, Moonwind. First you were DFE, now you're bragging about stealing my chair. Moonwind is a Midwesterner. Don't take advice. I like when we talk about food in here. Me too. How confident are you that it rips tomorrow? Like 50-50? I don't fucking know. Yeah, sure. Citadel has unsubbed and unwatched from JP Morgan's YouTube channel. I searched YouTube for Dillard's Squeeze and your Dillionaire video come out. Yeah, like no one's been paying attention to Dillard's. It is not in the public eye at all. Do I have some calls on Dillard's? Maybe. This is about the short hedge funds making you look bad. If you're right, then we all YOLO into options, and that would be the end game. That's what the data indicates. Lock the float on Dillard's? That would take like a couple days. Am I the only one bothered by pre-market being AM and aftermarket AM being in the PM? Maybe. How annoying is it to have people constantly ask you to handhold them through financial decisions they should be making for themselves? Eh. Lock the float on XRT? Why? You trying to blow up the world, JFresh? That's how you blow up the world. Don't do that. No, it's not multi-blues. What do I think would be more eventful, after hours or pre-market? Usually it's both. Do you plan to hold your Jan 320s if no price movement in a day, or move them to a further strike like your 950s? I'm going to roll all of my Januaries out if nothing happens by tomorrow. Why are you always moving the goalposts? The goalposts have been in the same place for fucking months, which is January. It cracks me up that Gex verifiably has an effect on price, but DRS has no verifiable correlation. But DRS is pushed hard and options are pooed on. Ah. What are your top 5 favorite stock investment subreddits right now and why? I don't have any, Stefan. They're all fine, I guess, if you want to like talk to people about what they're talking about. What does roll an option mean? Sell it and buy it back later. I did not encourage you to buy weekly 510s. Why move it around now and let people fuck with their options when they can do whatever they want after hours and then mess with us at the bell? Oh, I'm not selling or moving anything until the window is closed. Ding ding. Interesting day. All right. Are you streaming after hours? I mean, I can hang out for a minute and see if anything happens. Why would you sell your shares to buy 510 weeklies? Can you do a 24-hour stream? Absolutely not. I will stream earnings in March. If this week decides to be a dud, do you expect them to dump the price more until the 10th of January? They should be able to, yeah. There was like a 250K dump right at market close yesterday. Interesting. I didn't see it. We had 62,000 volume at market close today. Oh, sorry. Nothing is going to happen until noon tomorrow. Probably not. After everyone's bailed on their positions and been scared away. I mean, they can see their exposure and their delta in real time, right? So like if they're waiting to cover, they're waiting until those numbers are down before they do, right? So just be patient. That's why we bought, everyone bought far dated calls, because it allows us to sit patiently through these periods where there are unknowns. What's up, DV? Welcome back. I was just listening to people in the stream. Didn't get verify. Oh, okay. What is that 15K order? Where this order is 62,000 shares or 62,000 volume on this candle. $15,000 volume here. Right. About far dated calls. Fuck my life. Lessons never learned. Look at the guy who just used Liberace spirals. Yeah, someone bought 15,000 shares through OTC order at 158.12. I show 27K volume at close. Yeah, that's wrong. Well, at close, yeah, 62,429. FTD on AMC is a dud last week for outro. Problem is we need to DRS options. You can't. No, I'm not saying for all of after hours. I'm going to miss you. I'm going to see you first thing tomorrow morning, Moonwind. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Tomorrow, last day of the exposure window. So hopefully something fun happens. I will see you all bright and early. Hopefully tomorrow at actually 9 a.m. Thank you so much, and I'll see you bright and early in the morning. Have a good night, guys. Rico! Not an advisor. Frigulon.